everybody, for letting you. How's everybody doing on this fantastic Sunday, everybody? I am live early at later than I said I would be live. I said I was going to be live at 10. I'm live at 10:30. We're doing a short 4-hour stream, regular stream today, but it's early as shit because I have stuff that I got to do later, and it's either I don't go live today or I go live now. So it's going to be a React day early in the morning. Unnormal, non-normal, abnormal that I'm live this early. We do go usually live earlier on weekends, but still, this is like, I just woke up, rolled out of bed, had a coffee, took 2 minutes, and now I'm here. Anyways, it's React day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live at noon as well, so a little early stream tomorrow, but not this early. We're going to be doing horror games for like 3.5 hours. Same shit. It's either I have to go live early or I can't go live. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday and Thursday, we're doing the new Mafia. Noon EST on Wednesday, and then Thursday, we'll be back doing 2 p.m. EST streams. Friday, live at 2 doing Reacts. Saturday, live at 2 doing VR. Next Sunday, live at 2 doing Reacts as well. And then the 18th, we'll start streaming a little bit later, like 3:30 on weekdays, still 2 p.m. weekends. And then the 25th, we'll be back to our regular school year stream schedule, 4:30 EST weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends until like December. Anyways, I do need to say, real quick, chat, I'm taking off Tuesday. Sometime this week, I will be off another day. My grandfather passed. I don't really want to talk about it right now. But the funeral will be, I'm going to be off another day. Okay. I don't know what day yet. But I wanted to let you guys know. If I had to guess, it'll probably be like Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. But I'll let you know. You know, I don't know yet, but the reason I'm saying that is because the schedule is going to move, right? Whatever, one of the days I'm not streaming. I just don't know which, because I'm not going to stream on the day that I have to attend a funeral. But, yeah. Anyways, yeah, shut the fuck up about the Peterbot shit. I really don't care about that right now. My grandfather died. I don't really want to give you my take on Peterbot ripping the N-word 4 times in a row. What do you want me to say about that? Oh, that's crazy. Literally. What am I going to say about that? Right? I'm sitting here letting you know I'm not going to stream one day because my grandpa died. Or what are your thoughts on Peterbot ripping the N-bomb? He said the N-word 4 times. That's crazy. Right? What else do I say? Manny and Ark for the tier 3 sub. Refty for the sub. Rizzo for the 3. Sorry for your loss. You're good, bro. Jackstar, Asher, Ali for the sub. Tucker, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Love and Code for the sub. Can't thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Best streamer, not gonna lie, you make me laugh. It's Pete Toast for the sub. Kevin for the 3. Oh, F Cancer charity stream the 28th, and then Suicide Prevention charity stream September 7th. Forgot to say that. Kevin for the 3. Found out your sense of taste gets affected when you fly on an airplane. Yeah, that's why they make all the foods taste stronger. Kaylin, thank you for the 3. Got my first tattoo a week ago. You inspired me to get a Memento Mori tattoo. That's awesome. Alice, Johnny Top, Newish, and Ashton for the sub. Eric, Evil King, thank you for the 5 gifted. Broken Straw for the sub. Johnny for the sub. Bubba Straw, Reddy, Freaky, Scully, I have Ace for the sub. Jack, Little Slugger, B Platypus for the sub. Kelly for the 5. I don't think you should even be live, man. That's a lot to take in. I think you should take a little bit to mourn. I'm going to do what I want to do. I appreciate that. But I'm going to be live right now because I want to go live right now. Manny and BRZ for the sub. Mother, thank you for the 3. Sorry for your loss. You're good, bro. Emily, thank you for the 2K biddies. You missed out on the rain in Missouri. Okay. Anyways, no. Yeah, I know a lot of people say it rains in the middle of the country a lot. It was actually sunny the entire time I was there. Not even cloudy, which was nice, but it was really hot. But yeah, no, if you want to be, right now I'm not sad, which is, I'll do a little brief talk about this. Right now I'm not sad, right? And it's very weird for me because my grandfather was basically my father in my life, right? My parents were divorced since I was a kid. And, you know, I'm not saying I had no interaction with my dad, but, you know, my grandfather was effectively, I saw him much more, and he was like the male figure in my life. And so it's really sad. The weird thing is, it's not like hitting me right now. And I had some chatters say the same thing where they were like, yeah, somebody in my life died and it's not hitting me yet. I don't want to say I started mourning before they were gone, but does anybody here, if you have a family member that's been on hospice, it's sometimes it could be a long time, but you know, he had like his kidneys weren't functioning at all. So when that stuff happens and you're like poisoning your blood, it's not like that's where that one clip is where like the one chatter's like he'll pull through, and I'm like, no, he won't, because it's not like it's cancer, right, where there's a chance you beat it. It's like if your kidneys aren't functioning, you're gonna fucking die, right? Like you're gonna die. It's just a matter of when, right? We're all gonna die, right, one day. So I mean, that's why I love the idea of memento mori as well, like that one person was saying, which just means remember death for the people that don't know, but. It's a Stoic phrase people used to tell each other because death used to be a lot more random than it is today. Even though death can be random, it's like you could have just got fucking a minute cold and died back then. But what was I saying? Yeah, no, like, so I knew he was going to die. It was just like, you know, it's either going to be today, tomorrow, a week from today, at most like 2 weeks. So it was like, and I hate that. I hate the idea of mourning somebody before they're gone. And I see a lot of people, especially like younger families that have like a parent that gets cancer and they're terminally ill. And it'll be like, you know, they have 2-3 months left, but like the people are mourning them while they're there. And it's just so sad because it's like, you know, we all know that we're going to die, but you like repress that, right? You let that sit in the back of your mind and it only comes forth at certain times. But like when you know somebody's going to die and you know, not a definitive death date, but you know, like it's going to be within this time frame and it's a short time frame, you kind of start mourning them early because you know they're going to be gone soon. Does that make sense? So I think it'll hit me in waves, but it's like, I think that's how you deal with loss is, you know, it's going to be there, then it won't be there. A lot of things, it's like reminiscent as well. Like if you hear a song that they like, you've been a place that they really like to go. You hear something that they enjoyed. You see a show that they enjoyed. Like things that are attached to them, like memories or items, stuff like that, will kind of bring back memories. But yeah, no, it's like it's sad to mourn people that early because it's like, yeah, Mods, ban the guy that said, hold up, let me ban this fucking loser. You're in 720p. I'm in 1440. You got to change it. Yeah, ban that guy. Anybody that's being a dick right now, Mods, just perma-ban him. Stizzy for the sub and deny their unban request. I don't even want to read it. Spire, thank you for the 3. A couple of years ago, my uncle's kidneys failed. He was on hospice. The most tears I had in a while when he was alive and I saw him. It didn't really hurt hearing the actual news for some reason. May your grandpa rest. Spire, thank you for the 3. Yeah, I knew. Like, I got a call and I was like, yeah, this is it. Like, you can kind of assume. And then when I heard, I was like, yeah. And then you start more so talking, like, what happens now, you know? Because I think also, when you have somebody that's, like, you know, I guess older in your family that dies, your first thoughts are, well, we need to plan the funeral, right? You need to figure that out. Then you got to go through the will. And, like, dying is a very complicated thing. The government gets a percentage of stuff. You're divvying everything up to individual people. The money and assets go everywhere. Oh, my God. It's like a pain in the ass, right? It's not as simple as, like, I think a lot of people, especially when I was younger, like, I know a lot of you guys are younger than me, and you might not know, like, how it's not easy, like, you die and your shit gets transferred. Like, it's a really annoying process. Dying sucks for the people that are dealing with it, obviously because they're mourning, but also like what to do, like the transfer of properties and items and things and money. Yeah, there's death tax. A lot of people don't know that. When you die, the government takes percentages of your money. And I used to hate that when I first heard about it, but it makes sense. It's supposed to be, well, obviously the government just wants money, but it makes sense as well to kind of even things out on a generational based basis. Like if you were able to fully inherit your ancestors' money in its entirety, you would always, if you were rich, you would never not be rich. You know what I mean? Like if you had $50 million and died, your kids are forever set because there's never, as long as they just keep that money in a cyclical loop, they're never going to actually like be fucked, right? But if they take the death tax out, then you actually have to like work at some point down the lineage, you know, not your kids, but like your kids, because the money's going to be getting split up to like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, you know, people, and then the money gets dispersed. But anyways, that's just like a complicated side factor. Ban this one guy? Hold up. They might already be banned. Oh, they're just spamming. I remember my grandpa Freddie died like 5 or 4 years ago. Never really cried till like 3 years after he died. It'll like, dude, it really hits you. Like, I think it's the same thing with like, like the funeral, I'll fucking cry for sure. You know, seeing the fucking dead body, you know, dealing with that's gonna be terrible. But you know what I mean? Like, do you guys ever have times where you live in the present and then times where you're like fully, I guess, I don't want to say derealization, but like you're detached from your body? Maybe only me, but it'll be like in waves, you'll just have realizations and it'll hit you, right? Usually it's like, oh, fuck, I'm going to die one day. Like you realize, and I can say it right now, like, oh, I'm going to die one day. You know, life is only like this long. You know, by the time you actually do die, if you live to an old age, you're still going to look back at it and go like, wow, that was like the fucking snap of a finger and I'm already here. But it doesn't hit you until like there's moments where you actually come to terms with it and it's like mortifying. And I think it's the same thing with just like death of other people where like you don't really hit, it doesn't really hit like I'm never going to speak to my grandfather again, right? I'm never going to see him again. Like he's dead, right? Like and this is, it's really sad. I don't want to like sit here and throw a pity party. I don't believe in a fucking afterlife, right? A lot of people console themselves by going, he's in a better place. I think he's gone, right? Like, when I die, I think there's nothing. Like, I don't think he exists in any fashion anymore outside of the matter that was once him, right? And it's very sad, right? Because it's like they're gone. It's not like I'm going to see them. Like, whenever you watch movies and they're saying goodbye to, like, their grandparents or their loved ones, they're like, I'll see you on the other side. No. I don't think there's another side, right? So I think it's like, this is it. And it's really sad, but it's like, I think that makes their life more valuable. And I think that you carry on through them. I think that's part of the reason you have kids is because if there's no part of you after you die, the one thing that carries on after you is your creations. And your creations create, and then so even if there's a smaller and smaller portion of your bloodline that's in your ancestors, there's still a causational effect of existence that was because of you, right? My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents 500 years ago, if they didn't exist, I wouldn't exist. Even if only 0.5% of their blood is me, I'm still, one of them dying before reproducing would be the fault of my own life. I would not be here. What are you drinking? Coffee. So extra for the 3. My grandpa died back in 2023 during your Spider-Man 2 stream. I remember how crushing it was. I'm sorry you have to go through this. You're good, man. I'm sorry for your loss. Scrum for the 3. So said that once people die, they just become an empty husk that once carried somebody that lived a conscious life. I hate the idea of open casket funerals. I think they're, you know, it's to the individual. It's what you want to do, right? But I look at it and it's a dead body, right? It's not them, you know? Like the them you knew is the personality that they spoke to. That's disrespectful. I really don't think it is. Because if you're saying I'm disrespectful for that, go fuck yourself. I literally don't care. I'm not being disrespectful at all. I'm not even, how am I being disrespectful? I don't like the idea of open casket funerals because I think it makes people attached to the materialistic idea and physical form that person once held, when in reality, there's so much more. They're a conscious human being that has thoughts, lived a life, had their own struggles and things that they dealt with. And you're boiling it down to a fucking make-up dead body that's laying in a fucking casket. It pisses me off, right? You really want my goddamn opinion here? I'll even go down further the line if you think I'm fucking being disrespectful. I think that the person that died is the one that should be cherished, not the fucking physical form that they once held. Because when you look at somebody, you're looking at much more than the person that they are on a physical standpoint. You're looking at the being that they are, the thoughts they have, the life they live, and the things they've gone through. And the things, and all of that doesn't exist when they're dead. So why am I looking at a dead body? Dog for the sub. Christian for the 3. Good morning, Joe. Chat, hope you're well. Cole, thank you for the 3. Sorry about your grandfather. You're good, bro. Gav, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Sorry for your loss. Bid for the subprime. Thank you for the 10. Sorry for your loss. I know you feel my grandpa died in 2020. I'm sorry for your loss as well, man. Cube, thank you for the 3. My grandpa died on my 7th birthday. Didn't really hit me till like 11 or 12. Well, that's also because you're young and you don't really know the concept of death. You know what I mean? Like, at what point did you guys like actually understand death? Like, when you're 5, you could go, yeah, like, they're dead. But you're like, they're in a different place. Like, you had a dog die, and they're like, oh, they went somewhere else. It's like, you can't really, reason. I think when you're, like, 11, 10, maybe 10 or 11, I think you could be, so, it's earlier for some people, later for others. Somebody said 15, brother. I think you can understand the concept of death prior to being a sophomore in high school. I think that if you're not understanding the idea of death until you're a sophomore, that's an issue. I think you should be able to understand the concept of death by like 9 or 10. Yeah. Like not the full gravity. I think, yeah, when you're in high school, like it really hits you like fuck. But when you're like 10 or 11, you're going, I'm going to die one day. Right? You're not going, oh, could be any day, but you're going, that'll be me, and then I'll pass, right? Like, you reason that will be you. Tira, thank you for the 5. My great-grandpa was an hospice, spent a lot of time reminiscing about life, learning so much the things we didn't normally talk about as mistakes and hard life lessons made me feel closer and oddly helped me a lot. Yeah, I understand that fully. Claxy, thank you for the 3. It happened to my childhood dog. I felt normal at the time. Suck in, got sad, and really depressed. Not trying to compare your. I know you're not. I know you're not trying to compare a dog to a person, but still, your point reigns true. That Black Canadian for the subcorners for the 3. Didn't say this is the last message. Rest in peace. Hope your family can navigate. Thank you. Pina and Luis for the sub. DS for the 3. Saw my grandpa die in my living room. Didn't cry until the funeral when I saw him in the casket. Still happened 2 days after Christmas. I'm so sorry for your loss, man. Grunkles and Matt for the sub. Asher for the 1700 biddies. Chuckles for the 3. My brother was divorced for a while. I was in church, service trip in Africa. A few days later, found out he went to the bars with his friends, get mine off of it, and got into a fatal car crash. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Pubes, thank you for the 5 gifted. Pandas, there for the 3. Tig, thank you for the 3. Egg Cunning, Din, Cartman, Tig, Matt, and Stizzy for the sub. Spire for the 3. Guac for the sub. Corns for the 3. Juliet and Moo for the sub. Gibby for the 3. I think the open casket's more for the family to get closure. I understand that, but it's like, I think a lot of old people don't want open casket, and they're pressured to get open casket from family members because you usually plan that shit when you're old, right? When you're old, there's a good chance you're going to pick out the fucking casket you're going to get buried in or urn, right? If you want to get cremated, like you plan that shit before, like you have a meeting like, hey, I'm going to die soon. So this is what I want. Byron and Levi for the sub. Fellow, thank you for the 3. Love the content. Nobody, dude, I appreciate that, fellow. Julie, for the sub. Okay, thank you for the 3. When I had to bury my dog, cut of grass, he's not coming back. Scowling for the 3. Yeah, I think burial is really what makes you hit, I guess. When I was taught my work, learned he passed. Nothing until years later when I was in the gym, deeply thought about it. Dog for the sub. Christian for the 3. Good morning, chat. Hope you're well. Cole, thank you for the 3. Brian and Levi for the sub. All right. Chat, please don't send more biddies saying I'm sorry for your loss. I appreciate everybody that said that, but you don't need to do that. I genuinely do appreciate it. I understand, right? I feel bad when people are like, sending $3 to say I'm sorry for your loss. I feel like it becomes repetitive. You know what I mean? Even when I say it to some of you guys that are going through shit, I feel bad. Because it's like, what do you say? You know? Outside, I'm sorry for your loss. Thanks, man. Like, well, like, it doesn't upset me that people are saying it. I appreciate it. But it's like, you know, what else do you say? Derp, thank you for the 5 gifteds. And Broadster, thank you for the 5 subs. Dump in the chat. Thank you. We've got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Sketty for the 3. Not going to keep beating the horse, but I'm sure you don't want to talk about it anymore. Take all the time you need, whatever you do. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I'm going to take whatever day the funeral is, I'm taking off. If I need another day off, I will, but I think I'll be fine. Mason for the sub. Derp, thank you for the 5, and Brosser for the 5 gifted. Chat, rundown of the videos that we have today. I doubt we're going to get through all of them, but we're going to try. It's going to be a 4-hour stream today. First, we need to pick a Dhar Man video. We haven't watched a Dhar Man video in quite a while. So the first one will be Poor Family Becomes Overnight Billionaires, or Masked Girl Streamer is Secretly Gaming Legend. So we'll pick one of those. They're about the same length. I think most Dhar Man videos are like 20 minutes. Pretty Boys Had It Hard in Roman Empire. Why even high earners are living paycheck to paycheck. This is a fucking CNBC video, but I think it'll be really interesting. I'm not going to lie. I saw the first 30 seconds on an Atrioc video, and then I turned it off because I said, I want to react to this. Movies that piss me off. Derek FTB, love that motherfucker. Papa Me, Bizarre World of Taxidermy, and then if we have time, Henry's Kitchen, Green Bean Muffin Cups. Which Dhar Man video do we want to watch, chat? Poor Family Becomes Overnight Billionaires, or Masked Girl Streamer is Secretly Gaming Legend? Hold up, I gotta crack my neck. Ow. Harry for the tier 2 sub, and Bobby for the sub. Wex for the 5. Rarely join your streams. Usually watch the VODs. I want to say randomly decide to join. Generally, I hope you feel better. Love your videos. Bro, thank you. I appreciate that. I thank you for the support as well. All right. We'll save the gaming video one for another day. Let's lock in. I want to jump into this because today is not a long stream. Thank you guys as well. I appreciate the support. Rissy and Adam for the sub. As I said, one last rundown. Today reacts. Tomorrow live at noon EST. We're going to be doing horror games for like 3.5 hours. Tuesday not live. Wednesday Mafia at noon. Thursday we're beating Mafia at 2 until whenever it takes that we beat it. Well, we'll start at 2. Friday reacts at 2. Saturday VR 2. Sunday reacts at 2. 18th we'll start streaming a little bit later, like 3:30 on weekdays, 2 p.m. weekend still. And then the 25th we'll be back to our regular stream schedule. I'm taking off someday this week. Don't know when. It'll be for the funeral though. Keck, thank you for the 3. Would you be able to raid me if I donated $100? Fuck no. Poor Family. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. I don't raid people for money. I don't follow people back for money. I think that's a big grifter mindset. So no. I do have a channel point redemption you could have of raid of choice, and of which you could pick yourself. People have picked themselves before. But how many channel points is that, chat? Like 1 million? Yeah, I think it's a big grifter thing to be like, I'll follow you for this amount of subs. This amount of money. So no. Finney for the sub. Moki for the sub as well. And if you openly say that, my viewers would clown you. I'm sorry. I'm not. If you paid me $100 to raid you and then I raided you, they would just make fun of you. And so I also don't want that. I'm being flat out. My viewers are assholes. I love them, but they're fucking dickheads. I'm just being flat out. You guys are assholes sometimes. So it's like yeah, if you like paid me to raid you, they would be like, dude, you really paid him $100 to fuck. No, I'm not doing that. So I'm sorry. Drippy for the sub, Flaming for the sub. Fair enough. I think it's like the redeeming rate of choice is different. Gavin redeemed rate of choice. Did fucking Gavin actually redeem rate of choice? No, we're not. No, I don't mean that you guys are assholes, like actually assholes. I mean, like 1% of my chatters are fucking weirdos. But like, I'm saying when you're assholes, I mean, you could be a little brutish. And that can come off as harsh to wholesome Twitch chats. I love my community. I think you guys are wholesome in moments that need to be wholesome. But in a casual, everyday moment, you're a little more harsh than other chats at times. Spire, thank you for the 3. Did you see the guy on TikTok? Yeah. Elliot for the sub. Drippy for the sub. Flaming for the sub. Moki for the sub. Infinity for the sub. Sicklo, thank you for the 3. Lock in. Raid the guy that asked. Well, he has to be live. Ciclando. Ciclando, is that how you say your name? You want me to raid him when I'm done stream? That's if he's live. Are you gonna be live, boss? Bro, Gavin, the fucking saint of the stream, brother. You play Osu and Genshin Impact. Yeah, bro, hop on Genshin Impact and I'll hit you with a fat raid later. My viewers will love that. My viewers will love that. Dude, they're like, honestly, if you could play like any game, probably play like a really dead mobile game. Just hop on like, I was actually going to say this, but they would, I'm not, unironically, they would probably love it. Jetpack Joyride, they would fucking eat that shit up. They would, I think my viewers would watch Jetpack Joyride, like, unironically. You see what happened to Peterbot? Yes, I'm not talking about that shit again. What do you want me to say? Like, I feel like people keep getting viewers I got mad earlier because I was fucking talking about my grandpa dying and somebody fucking brought it up. But it's like, what do I say? He ripped the N-word like 5 times. That's nuts. Right? Like, what do I say? Like, what? There's no take to there's no take to have. Moki for the sub, the real for the 3. Will you ever play Outlast 2? Yeah, I don't know when, though. Might be a while. Prime for the 5. Is there any way I could get unbanned? Wonderful for the 5. Thoughts on Battlefield 6? I thought it was pretty good. I'm definitely going to play the game when it drops. Ray for the sub, Jay for the 3, and Raiden for the 3. Lost my grandpa in a tornado in 2019. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Look at your unban request. I'll look at why you got banned. I'm not looking at your unban request right now. You said next segment, while I was talking about my, dead grandpa. So, no. Cyclondo, thank you for the fucking raid. Or not the raid, the sub. Right for the sub. All right, moving on. Poor family becomes overnight billionaires. Lock it in here, chat. Drippy, thank you for the 5. Lock it in here, chat. Mods, can somebody write down Cyclondo's name so I don't forget? I'll rock some Valorant to get you a bit. Impact for the raid for real. All right. Lock in. Poor family becomes overnight billionaires. First Darman video in like 6 months that we've watched, it feels.
Literally worth probably.
I'm so glad that old man finally kicked the bucket. Yeah, took long enough. Clean up that mess.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
What the fuck is happening? We just really got introed. So this normally there's like a soft intro to a Darman video. I have no idea what's happening. There's a woman that looks like she got the shit kicked out of her, giving birth to a child. There was a rich mom that like pushed the maid and the grandma that's saying that she's getting an inheritance.
Welcome. May I speak with you for a moment, please?
Sure.
What do you think you're doing? You didn't upload any proof of crisis. No police report, no restraining order, no referral, no nothing.
Did you see her face? I think that's proof of crisis.
Here.
What am I watching right? Do you guys understand what's happening?
Looks like somebody needs to get her eyes checked.
When you clock out for lunch break, Melanie, stay clock out. Precious.
Yeah, send me whatever you want. I'll get it to you once the money.
Bro, there's an A, B, and C plot. I feel like I'm tuning into like a fucking George Lopez at 3 a.m. fucking TV show when I was 8. Fucking 20 minutes into the episode. What is happening? She got beat up. This woman. Why is everybody so mean?
He hits the account. I was the favorite grandchild after all.
Even if it's
Are those carnations?
You like them?
Yo, is this the start of the video? Am I getting like a B-roll fucking clip? What is happening?
even if it's
Are those carnations?
You like them? I spent hours making them before. Riley! I made these for you.
No offense.
A total offense.
I knew you were poor, but like, you can't even afford fake roses. That's sad.
Yo, Darman videos suck now. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. I literally have no idea what's going on at all. And I'm like locked in. I'm fully locked in. Try the other one. I feel like this one just sucks, man. Bro, now they're at a principal's office and painting. What the fuck happened with a dead family, though? Okay, we're moving on. I'm about to watch the other one. Can we do the other one? That one fucking sucks. Even if it picks up at some point, I'm not trying to watch a Dhar Man video like it's a Marvel movie, where half the video I'm fucking confused, and they bring it all back in the end. Hell no. We're watching the other one. Very thank you for the 3. Your streams helped me. I was in the hospital after attempt when you went live. It gave me a bit of hope. You got me advice. You got me through the night. Started taking your advice more seriously. Got to accept myself. I'm slowly getting better now. Knowing your streams are always there makes me feel a difference. Thank you truly. I hope streaming also helps you like your streams help many others. Well, thank you for the 3, and I'm glad you're doing a bit better, man. Suicide's never the answer. Ryan, thank you for the 5 gifted, and I'm glad you're still here. Safira, thank you for the 5. Longtime VOD viewer, I'm going to start growing weed. I've finished researching what I need to do, order stuff for beginners. I'm going to dedicate my first plant to you. Can you name it? Gertrude. Gertrude. Jaden and Cryptic for the sub, John for the 4. Not trying to be an attention grabber. You helped me through a suicide attempt that killed me, but you were able to bring me back to life. I wanted to say thank you for helping me. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man. Suicide's never the answer. Make sure you get the help you need. Yo, Moki and Glass for the sub, Drippy for the 5. Ryan for the 5 gifted. All right, lock in. Masked girl streamer is secretly gaming legend.
Now you sure she's in here?
She's playing League of Legends in a security closet in a mall.
Come on. Yes.
I don't know. Are there any masked League of Legends streamers? I don't know. And even that gaming legend, I feel like the masked streamers are like Fortnite and COD players. Dr. Disrespect. Brother, he's not a masked streamer. He wears a wig, I think he just has the mustache. He wears a wig and glasses.
Kelly! Kelly! Kelly!
Kelly, I've been calling your name. What are you doing?
Mom, I was just carrying on ADC. Are you fucking serious? I was literally, bro, we were about to take first tower in the first 2 minutes of the game. It was literally done. I was just fucking, oh my god. Oh my god. I bought all the items I needed. Oh my god. This was literally the fucking lineup that we needed to win.
We're behind on rent. It's due today, and the pawn shop.
My, what is it? No, it's not called, is it LP in League? It's not RR. My LP. It's been down. I've been losing games left and right.
That's how we're gonna get it. Wait, so you're gonna pawn my sister?
She games on an Apple computer. Isn't that an Apple PC?
Wait, so you're gonna pawn my system? I thought you just said that you won big at the casino.
Double or nothing.
High card wins.
There's literally no downside to the nothing, though. Double or nothing is like the biggest fire-ass bet that you could take. Because you can't lose. You lose the money you would have won. But double or nothing, if you lose, you're not out money. You're still even. Like, say she walked in with $1,000 and she just won 2. She could win, what, now 3, or just walk away still with $1,000. She about to flip a 2.
What happened at the poker game, Mom? Don't worry about it.
She said she won big at the casino, too. This looks like a bunch of, like, drunk union men playing in a basement for, like, $100. We gotta pawn the computer.
Stop! Okay, I bought this with...
Should probably, like, take out the SSD first, right? She's like, no, we're just pawning this. No, we're just pawning this. Unplugs it from the wall. We're not even going to look. There's no Apple logo. It looks like the shape of an Apple computer. It's not.
Stop. Okay, I bought this with my own money from winning the League of Legends tournament, and I have another tournament coming up soon. I need my setup.
What you need to do is stop running up my electricity bill with all these silly little games. I need the
Stupid ass parent thing to say. Oh my God. You're running up the electricity bill with all these games. What, by like 5 pennies? You know how little running a computer fucking costs? Same thing, like, I've learned this, and I'm somebody that's very avid on turning the lights off when you leave the room. Do you have like a family member that's like, shut those lights off? If you don't shut, we're burning electricity money. Fraction of a penny. If you leave the light on in a room you're not in, like, you shouldn't, like, because you're just wasting electricity, turn it off. You're saving like 10 cents over a month. Like, you're saving like a dime. Like, it's very little to run like an Xbox for an hour. Like, in the United States, like, you're not paying that crazy amount of money to run a PC unless you're just power drawing like absurd amounts of fucking energy.
money for rent.
I will pay for everything and more when I become a big streamer and sign a team.
Let me Google that. Do you think there's a stat on that? How much electricity is needed to run like what? Like, should we just say like a PS5? 160 to 220 watts. Active gaming 220. How much money does it cost to run a PS5 for an hour? 4 cents. $0.04. So you're saving like, bro, you could play 10 hours and it would be not even a $50. Like, bro, it's not a lot of money to run a computer. Getting the computer is expensive. Computer's probably more than a PS5 for sure, but that's like an old PC. That's not like some crazy ass power block. Not in K2 for the 7-8 for the 3. Hope you're having a great stream. I'm gonna let you know on the YouTube's been stealing your reacts. Yeah, I sent it to my manager to get it taken down. Rex, thank you for the 3. Have you ever watched AOT? Yeah, but I'm not done the show. Demon Slayer, I want to watch that next. Haha, and John for the sub theory for the sub, Jason for the 3. I know you just did on bans. I'm confused why I got banned. If you could tell me. Oh my gosh. Fiddle banned you. I don't remember why. Well, you said, I'm taking a shit for you. It stinks real bad. Does chat, this is she sorry? I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I'm not looking at that right now, man. I'm sorry. Ryan, thank you for the 5. Gift is not for the sub. Lock in.
Shockwave.
Please. I have a better shot at becoming a millionaire playing the slots.
You don't believe in me?
I'm being realistic. I didn't have the chance to go to college or build a career because I was too busy being a single mom.
So you trying to make it rich by playing $20 poker hands in a union guy's basement?
What I need you to do is focus on getting into a good college. Instead, all you're doing are getting...
Hey, D's get degrees.
You do better next time.
Man, my grades are the last thing on my mind right
now. Darman really falls into the stereotypes. If they're ever a smart guy, they just make him wear glasses.
Do better next time.
Man, you really need to, like, turn up your studying game. Been playing too much League of Legends? Yeah, I could tell.
Man, my grades are the last thing on my mind right now.
I'm quite shocked, Kevin. I've never seen you get an A before. 100% at that.
Bro, trigonometry? They look like seniors in high school. Don't you take that when you're like a freshman? If cosine is x equals 2/3 and sine is x is less than 0, find sine x.
I've never seen...
I thought, isn't trig like geometry? When do you learn trig? Trigonometry is in its own, it's not its own class. That's not pre-calc, right? I think sophomore year.
You get an A before.
I don't remember. I took, well, it depends on what you take freshman year. What math did you guys take freshman year? Because if you take algebra, you could take algebra 1, geometry, or algebra 2 freshman year. Depending on how you test into it. If you take algebra 2 freshman year, you could be taking like AP Calc junior year. But yeah, I took I think most people take geometry, like base geometry freshman year. Some people take pre-algebra. Pre-algebra? No, you're not taking pre-algebra freshman year. I'm not trying to judge you, bro. I'm serious. I'm actually like I'm not trying to like clown or anything. I did not know high schools offered pre-algebra. My high school did not offer pre-algebra. You either took algebra or that was it. You're taking algebra 1 or geometry. Maybe algebra 2.
100% at that. The only other person that has scored that high.
What is pre-algebra? The thing before algebra. Like most people, you usually take that in middle school.
Is Josiah. Don't forget, you have to get an A on the next test in order to pass.
It's like math. Like pre-algebra is like 7x minus 3 equals 2x. Solve for x. And you just like move shit around and you go x equals 2 or whatever. Like that's pre-algebra.
Class.
No, that's algebra 1. But then what the fuck's pre-algebra? Algebra 1 gets more complex than that, though. Algebra 1 could be like, you could get into like, do you get into the Pythagorean theorem in algebra 1? No. That's algebra 2. What's pre-algebra? Should I look up like pre-algebra math test? Pre-algebra worksheet. Oh yeah, this shit's so easy. Wait, no, this makes no sense. Oh, no, it's solving for h. I was going to say, what are these things here? 8 minus 3 in parentheses, negative 6 plus 5d. And then you're supposed to solve for d. And then I'm assuming, is that just giving you the answer? Is d 7? Why does it say negative 79? What is d equal 7? Oh, they're giving a value for d. They're not fine. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, that's what it is, chat. That's what it is. Because algebra in like calculus, pre-algebra, you're solving for an unknown thing. But this, they just go, hey, x, 5x, x is 5. So it's just like, I think it's an intro to adding letters to math. Because that's where shit gets fucking wicked. No, math really starts sucking when you have to start graphing stuff. Calculus, where you got to do the waves and you change the distribute. Oh, it's not fun. No, that shit's terrible. Like I don't care. I hate that. I hate that. I hate graphing. I hated pre-calc where you're doing like all the fucking sine, cosine, tangent. Like, dude, we're not even doing math anymore. We're just talking in fucking Greek symbols. We're talking in fucking I feel like I'm reading fraternity letters right now. Linguini for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. We got a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Dwyer, J, Chair, J Morrison, Andrew for the sub. Solo for the sub. FK, thank you for the 3. Taking algebra 2 in my junior year. Am I cooked? No, I think there's a lot. That means you just took algebra 1 freshman year. I had a lot of people that did that. Like junior year, I took pre-calc and like more than half the class was seniors. Saram, business, and Kazi for the sub. Jacob for the 5. Gun to your head, you had to choose either drop a nuke anywhere you're choosing, but it can't be in any water, or drop a new deadliest disease at a random spot nobody knows. Nuke, because the disease would kill more people. Nolan J and Ari for the sub. Ortuno, not in K2 for the sub. Nate, thank you for the 3.
I can help you study in the library during your next free period. Oh, I have a present for you. It'll cheer you up a bit.
Josiah, I can't accept this out after everything that you got going on.
Well, it's a strict no return policy, so...
He got her that 5 Below headset. And the Elgato webcam.
What's wrong?
Well, my mom pawned my system to make rent, so...
Oh, you could just play on the computer laptop on at the school. The Dell, dude, that's got some power. What, like probably got like a 900 GPU, like an Nvidia like 870.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey, you are.
Hey.
Oh shit, she already got a guy.
I don't really understand why you hang out with that Josiah kid.
We've been best
He's literally right there. Oh my god, you're actively just talking about him like he's not 5 feet away from you.
friends since elementary. I'm like a sister to him. There's no reason to get all jealous.
Jealous? Me? No. I'm just wondering why you want to hang out with the janitor's kid, that's all. I'm joking, okay? It's a joke. You have the cutest boyfriend.
You all right, son?
I'm fine. Hey, Dad, you think I might be able to borrow some money? Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Leroy, the toilet...
Why are they making him like a wise old man? Josiah. When I was your age, I also asked to borrow money, and it, let's just say it didn't end so well. Like, fucking what?
Toilets are clogged in the boys' bathroom.
Bro, being a janitor at a school is such an ass job. Like, and they get so disrespected. I respect janitors so much more now. Looking back at that. No, actually, dude, being a janitor for like a middle school is probably the worst. Where people were throwing like the wet paper towels, like 5th graders throwing wet paper towels at like the ceiling and shit.
Yo, we need to talk after school.
About what?
I think you know about what.
Any of y'all ever did, I'm assuming he pays him to do, or it says he'll beat him up and he makes him do his work for him. Any of y'all ever get paid to do like somebody else's classwork? Or pay to get somebody to do classwork? Damn, y'all really aren't in that fucking, y'all are out of that era. Because you just use ChatGPT now. Like, I think my high school, like, year-ish was like, I feel like 2020, like, at end of COVID, was like the last time people would, like, pay people to do work. Because now they'll just, like, ChatGPT the essay instead of, like, paying a guy to write it.
This is not what I signed up for.
I gotta keep practicing for the tournament that's coming up.
Yeah, these are from like the Paleolithic era of technology. The school should be getting some new tech soon, though.
Do you think League would run on a shitty, like, PC computer? I feel like that's the one game that would. That doesn't take much power to work. I feel like League you could play on, like, a laptop.
This computer is so slow.
Kelly! The library is reserved for academic purposes only. No gaming allowed.
Oh my god.
Chat, you see this old bitch chirping at me right now? Type 1 in the chat if you think I should tell her to shut the fuck up. Chat, you see this woman tell me that I need to get off right now? You see her tell me, oh, it's reserved for fucking academic purposes only. Can't you see I'm trying to get a bag?
I mean, I'd let you game at my place, but we don't have a system.
I know you would. You always have my back.
Somebody get 5 subs and I'll... No, I'm not going to say that. Was he scheduling a fucking meetup with that guy?
Come on.
Look, I don't know.
Come on, man. Look, it's just one more test. Look, if I don't pass this, I'm gonna end up losing my baseball scholarship.
The deal was headset and a camera in exchange for an A on your test. It was a one-time thing.
That ain't a fair trade. You could get another motherfucker to cheat off of. Headset and a camera, bro, that's like, what, $150? For one test?
What if I pay you cash?
Why you look like a 35-year-old man? Why you look like you were born in 1980?
I'm sure that there's something that you could use this for.
My mom pawned my system to make rent, so...
What were you thinking?
Anyways, enough about us and our recent achievements. Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
Bro, that gave me a fucking, like, Vietnam flashback. So when I was running track my freshman year, and a senior came up to the track group crying, and he had to tell us that he got kicked out of school for cheating. Because at my high school, we had a strike system, and if you got caught cheating 3 times, you got expelled. Expelled. Like, you got kicked out of you get kicked out. Like, that was a whole, bro. Oh, my God. I think it was, like, first one, you got a 0. First one's a 0. Second one, I think you, like, fail the class or some shit. And then the third time, like, they kick you out. That's too harsh. I mean, bro, I only heard, in the 4 years I was there, I heard about 3 kids that got kicked out. So only 3 people got caught cheating 3 times. And it wasn't even like cheating on a test. If you cheated on an essay, you're getting a strike. But some teachers were more chill. I remember I had world English, and one of my classmates, like, just fucking cheated on his paper. Like, fully plagiarized something where, like, the whole, like, half of his essay was just stolen. And the teacher was like, I'm not going to report you, but I'm, like, actually giving you a 0. So he probably got, like, a 60 in the class.
Recent achievements. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. No, tell us.
Did you ever cheat? The only time I would cheat was freshman year. Different from online classes. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, like, in high school, freshman year, we had world history. And the teacher was the school's basketball coach. And he was, like, an older man. And he would just tell, like, the craziest stories ever. We would fuck around most of the class. And I never studied. Like, my freshman year, I was a big procrastinator. That's why I always say that for advice is, like, get your shit done, schedule, and actually study, get your work done. So I wouldn't do shit. And we would have a test. And I was, like, D period. And I think, like, E or, like, F was before. And at lunch, we would walk up to them and go, what were the answers? Because they would give us the same tests. But, so it worked the first few times. He would go, it's C, F, E, J, D. Or something. Like, he would tell us the answers. And you just had to memorize, like, A, F, and we would do that. And then one class, I caught word of it. So I wasn't somebody that got caught, but I still failed because I just didn't know the answers. It was like the one day it was like F period, E period, D period. F period told the E period kids what the answers were, and they all wrote it down, but the teacher mixed up the question order because he knew that they were doing that. And so he, like, calls them over. He's like, hey, you would have got 100 if you were in F period, but you got a 20. So, and you had all the same answers that they would have. And they were like, I remember they came to, like, lunch or whatever. And they were like, dude, I can't help you, man. We're all fucked. And after that, I was like, oh, I'm probably going to need to study or I'm going to fail the class.
What are your post-graduation aspirations, Kelly?
Yes, what are the top 3 universities you would like to attend come fall?
Well, I'm not planning on going to college.
What?
Well, there's nothing wrong with being a housewife. After all, Grant can always take care of you while you take care of the house.
Bro, what is she? Is her whole life about League of Legends? Bro, this isn't like inspirational. This is like obsessive. Like she's staring at the TV being like, I gotta cue that game. I'm just sitting on the rift.
Hey. You're not gonna clean the kitchen?
I don't know about that.
Quiet down, Leah. We are trying to have a civilized conversation.
How is he playing League, bro? I'm telling you, Darman motherfuckers ain't know this shit. He's playing League on the living room TV. Where's his keyboard? Don't tell me he has a controller.
About that.
Quiet down.
Oh, he does have the keyboard. Who the fuck plays League on their fucking living room computer? Or living room television?
Have a civilized conversation.
Here, let me help you with that.
You know the game?
League of Legends? Yeah, it's my specialty. I'm a huge gamer.
Well, it's more of a hobby that she does here and there. So.
Wow. You are pretty good at this.
Don't you press right? Oh, God, I don't want to like nitpick here. Am I crazy or don't you press right click to move in League? Not left? I'm not trying to like they just, you got to get that shit down. If you're going to bring League into a YouTube video, dude, she's spam clicking like the shoot button in a video game.
Sorry about my parents.
Do you want marriage material or not?
Your father's right. And she's just throwing her life away with these video games. And apparently she doesn't even know how to cook or clean. She's practically useless.
I didn't mean for you to hear all that.
It's okay, I get how
But I do kind of understand where they're coming from. You're not good for me. We're not a good fit. I mean, you're obsessed with video games. Your grades are slipping, and I don't think I can do this anymore.
And how am I supposed to get into Harvard if my girlfriend's a bum?
Sorry. Seriously, you're not gonna say anything?
You're telling me you don't want to go to university?
Really? You know what? Fine. I don't want to go out with someone who hangs out with a weirdo like Josiah anyway.
I didn't realize we were having company over.
But he's going to be doing the elephant walk next year anyway. Fucking sitting here chirping at her. I don't want to hang out with you. You hang out with Josiah. But he's going to be in a basement in the dark doing the elephant walk at a fucking fraternity.
Kelly, this is Curtis, and this is Casey. They're gonna be living with us.
What is the elephant walk? You don't know. You don't want to know. Fuck. Fraternities haze people, and it depends on the frat, but a lot of fraternities make, not a lot. I mean, fraternity hazing has gone down significantly since people have, like, died. But they have to walk in a circle and hold the guy in front of them's. And then they walk. They walk, like, in a circle.
Great idea. Can't afford rent, so let's add more tenants.
Bro, the hazing's crazy. Motherfuckers talk about, like, the... No, I'm serious. Bro, it really depends on the frat. A lot of frats will just make you, like, drink a lot or something for hazing. But, like, I had one friend that was in a fraternity, and he used to be, like, the roach man. And so anytime anybody was smoking, they would hand him the roach, and he had to eat it and, like, swallow it, like, while it was lit. That's, like, base shit. And then there's, like, some really weird frats where they'll, like, pee on you and, like, while you're doing, like, push-ups. and they'll ask you questions about the frat. Yeah, no, it's like, but they're your brothers. They're your brothers. They're your brothers, though, right? You didn't know that, bro? If you have like an older brother or just like a friend that's in a fraternity, be like, hey, what'd they make you do for hazing? They might not tell you if they're actively in the frat, but like years later, like when they're like 25, be like, hey, what'd you do? And then they'll be like, yeah, sure, man, I'll tell you.
Curtis can help out with.
A lot of them are chill though now. It really depends. Because, like, after, you remember, like, 3 years ago, that one frat, I think it was in PA, it might have been Penn State, where they were hazing the guy. They made him slam, like, a fifth of vodka, and he fucking died. And they just, like, left him on the couch.
The bills. I met him at the casino, and he makes better money than me. So go to your room and make some space for Casey.
What is hazing? Like a ritualistic bullying that gets passed on through generations. So if you're initiated into the frat, you have a period where, same thing with sororities. You have a period where, but sororities do different things. There's like sorority girls, it depends. They might, bully you, by word. They might make you drink a lot. They might make you do like coke. It was called like coke or blow or one. There's like one that did that, where you would have to, they would point out a guy. This is crazy. I had a friend tell me this. They'd point out a guy and they'd go, you either have to suck that guy's dick or do cocaine. And the girl would choose. And I'm like, that sounds so much worse. I'd rather be doing the elephant walk, bruh, than getting the option of having to do coke or fucking suck somebody's dick. That sounds fucking terrible, bruh. I like that, or they would just like bully you, you know. A lot of it's like verbal abuse, fucking with you. And then like when you're in, you do it to the people below you. So it's hazing. Like, there's a period where they're not apart, and then to prove themselves, they have to deal with, like, the mental and physical abuse. Blow or blow. Yeah, blow or blow.
You know, it might be better if you just throw your clothes in the trash. They're not that cute anyway.
Why would you continue it? I don't want to say it's, like, cultic. I mean, I've gone to frat parties. Obviously, I've never been in a sorority, but I've never done hazing. What I've been told from some of the people that have done it is that you're a part of... You know, this would be a good question for 10 Tacos. I wonder what he's done. He's in a fraternity, and he comes into my chat all the time. I wonder what he's done for hazing. I feel like a lot of frats, it's just like you got to drink a lot, and they'll fuck with you. They might make you go, like, steal something from a store or whatever, or fuck with another frat. But, like... you're a part of the group, you're already in, and they kind of welcome you, and then they hit you with it, right? Same thing with, like, sororities. They're buddy. Hey, you really need to join. We really want you a part of us. You're such a great fit. Hard flip, 180, right? They start fucking with you. They make you do crazy shit, right? And then you're already in, right? So you're with, like, these 10, 12 other people that got accepted. Maybe more, depends on the frat, what college you're in. And so it's like, are you really going to cave? I'm sitting there like, bro, I wouldn't be able to do that. Like, I don't care if they call me a pussy. I'm like, why are you peeing on me? So I could join the frat? I gotta get peed on? The fuck? What are we at, a fucking Diddy party right now? Like, what is happening right now? Why is this?
Boyfriend?
Recent ex.
What did somebody say? At Syracuse, they do that regularly in frats. Is anybody in here in a fraternity? I know this is taking us forever to go about this video, and we're not really paying attention, but I love talking about this. Is anybody here in a fraternity or a sorority? And if so, what did they make you do? What did you have to do for hazing? What is common hazing things in fraternities? I'm going to see if Google knows. Yeah, unnecessary tasks. I had one friend that said he had to go carry, he had to go get like a bucket of water or something and like bring it up multiple flights of stairs for them at like a specific temperature. And if they didn't like it, they would go make him do it again. Like monotonous tasks that you had no purpose in doing. Yeah, demeaning names, ridicule, imposing periods, verbal abuse. They have to wear embarrassing clothing or do crazy activities. Steal damaged property, social isolation, sleep deprivation, forced ingestion of harmful substances. Hazing is illegal in many states. Wow. I just don't understand how you could be boys with somebody that fucks with you like that. You know what I mean? Like, if I was getting hazed by a guy above me, like, I just graduated college, but if I, say when I was a sophomore in college, I was like, I want to join a frat, right? And the guy that was a junior was, like, effectively, like, fucking with me for 3 months, and then he just stops, I wouldn't be able to, like, hang out with them. Like, I'd be like, dude, you're an asshole. Like, you fucking peed on me. Like, why would I want to be friends with you?
I'll walk you to class.
Yeah.
My house into a secret hideout / gaming room. You guys got 350K likes.
I have something that'll cheer you up.
I feel like the average person watching the secret Fortnite hideout is probably like 10 years old. I got a secret room under the staircase, and it's a Fortnite gaming lounge. Look, we got Jonesy. We got a life-size Jonesy cut out.
Why would you do all this for me?
Just because. I just know you need it.
What the fuck is the dad doing? He's not even cooking anything. Oh, you got beans in there.
There's no way you could afford it. How'd you pay for this?
Don't worry about it. I believe in you, Kel. One day you're gonna be a huge gamer.
Wait, what did he give her? Is it a PC?
What's wrong?
Oh my god, do you think it's a Lenovo gaming laptop powered by an Intel Core CPU? Holy fuck.
I can't even take this home.
Do you think he got it from the Mr. Beast video?
My mom's gonna take it away if it doesn't work out with what's-his-face and we're behind on rent. Again.
I mean, I'll let you game here, but half the time we can't even afford to keep the lights on.
But you bought her a $700 fucking gaming computer, bro.
Too bad we can't build a secret room somewhere.
Oh!
I may or may not have heard half of that conversation. And I may or may not have a crazy idea.
Stop talking in riddles, Unc. Tell me what we're doing.
What is all this?
This is, or used to be, the south sector of the school.
How long has this been here?
Longer than you've been born. When I went here, this section of the school was where we learned how to use our hands. But when the school started focusing more on getting kids into college, instead of teaching them useful trades.
Yeah, bro, do they have wood class? Do they have, like, woodworking class anymore? We never had that. You know, when every movie you see, when you're a kid, they're like, yeah, I'm at wood shop. I'm at cooking class. I never had any of that. We never had, you had wood shop. Bro, that would have been fire to fucking do wood shop.
And vocations to fall back on.
That sounds so fun.
They had no more use for the sector.
I feel like that's if you go to like a tech school. Yeah. If you go to, we got tech. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you go to a tech school and then you go into that specific area, then you do that stuff.
Follow me. Everything from carpentry and electrical work to masonry and welding were taught here. And even...
Welding?
Help me with this one second. Auto body repair classroom. Now let's see if the power works.
Auto body repair class.
Will this work for your gaming room stuff? Now, since we're at the far end of the school, no one should...
I'm not trying to be that motherfucker, but where the hell you getting Wi-Fi? You're gonna be playing on the school Wi-Fi in a fucking metal roof? Uh-oh. No, that ain't gonna work. You need to get hardwired. You're gonna have to fucking plug that shit in.
Bother you here. The
drum be streaming on a hotspot? Bro, I streamed on a hotspot. You remember when I did my stream on a hotspot?
Club has a bunch.
Oh my god, I couldn't even turn my face cam on.
Bunch of wood left over from building set.
You ain't doing that in a closed ass building unless you got like a streaming backpack.
And the teacher's lounge is getting a new TV. You can use those for this room.
Are you sure about this? Wouldn't this put your job at risk if anyone found out that you let us in here?
Josiah believed in you. So I do too. Just make sure you don't get caught.
Oh my god, I forgot they always do these music like montages now. She gonna play on that?
Mr. Mahoney, got a sec? Sure.
You don't want to get carpal tunnel when you're playing League. Upgrading my gauntlet. I've increased magic resistance. I'll be over in a second. Hold up, I'm backing.
It actually takes 24 hours.
My ult's up in 10. He already used his flash. Yeah, I'll be getting over in a second. Can you come up through jungle? We got to be taking drag soon.
To clean. But actually, probably about...
What's that for?
I'm gonna wear it during the tournament because I'm gonna live stream it. I'm worried that esports teams like Team Shockwave aren't gonna take me seriously if they know I'm a girl.
But won't they hear your voice?
Already ahead of you.
I mean, I feel like you don't need that, though. You should just be you. You're already perfect the way you are.
Nah, the glaze is crazy.
Okay, the tournament's about to start. Let's go.
I can't. Our power just went out, and I have to help my dad clean up the fridge before the food goes bad. But don't worry, you're gonna be great.
Thank you for everything.
Hey. Look. I just want to say that I miss you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Are you seeing my evil soon-to-be stepsister?
Okay, look. I've only been hanging out with Casey to make you jealous. I don't even like her.
I don't like either of you.
Testing. Testing. I'm sick at football, but I gotta focus in on that baseball scholarship, you know what I mean?
Bro, there ain't kids that young playing League of Legends, bruh. League of Legends is a grown man game, brother. A grown ass motherfucker. League of Legends is for like 35-year-olds. That shit, you ain't got a 10-year-old ain't playing League, dude.
Gotta focus in on that baseball scholarship, you know what I mean?
Hey, you're over Kelly, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Who is this masked gamer? They're gonna win it all.
Yo, that's the kid. Who is this masked gamer? Yo, let me hit up with some dub spam in chat.
Well,
hold up. Any gifters? Question mark.
That looks like my custom headset. I gave it to Josiah. Let me cheat. Oh, he must be the gamer.
Nah, no way. That kid's dead broke. He probably sold it.
Or gave it to Kelly. They're close, right?
No way. I mean, she lost hers. I mean, anyway, that voice is clearly a dude.
No, look at the birthmark. That is Kelly.
Wait, but if that's Kelly and she lost her sister, then where is she? Oh, wait a minute. I think she still shares her location with me.
I mean, that's crazy. She still shares her location with her ex-boyfriend.
One shot. I'm coming for you, Faker. The rest of you...
She's playing Faker in an entry-level tournament. She's playing Faker. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. She's in an entry-level tourney. Bro, this is like the first match.
I just won't give up now.
What are you, last seed?
Are you sure she's in here?
Come on.
Yes. Kelly! 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 Hey! You're in big trouble. Shut it down.
I'm about to win first place, just a few more seconds.
What is this, some kind of secret room? I mean, how'd you even find this place? How'd you build all this stuff?
I think the team would still win. If they were steamrolling and you had one of your players AFK, you're still probably winning that stack. Just off of scaling.
How did... Leroy, what do you... I see. It's all starting to make a lot of sense. This was your idea, wasn't it?
I told you to stop messing around with your silly little games and start focusing on school. And now they're talking about suspending you for God knows how long. I am taking all of this junk to the pawn shop and then maybe...
And then I'm going to the casino and I'm gonna win it all in poker.
You'll finally learn something.
And then I'm gonna win it and then I'm gonna go bet it against Jeremy because last week he took all my money.
Oh, you can't do this again. They were given to me.
Oh, really? Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you started getting in trouble. Our saving grace might be that this is actually worth something. Oh, and double punishment. You will now be sleeping in the garage. And Casey will be taking your room.
Hold up. She got to sleep in the garage now? That's nuts. Broke for the 3, Archie and Jacob for the sub, Sam, Elite, Joel for the sub, Milks, thank you for the 3, didn't get a note, he betrayed me. Sad for the 3, my school had woodshop, small lunches, automotive, culinary, and class for teen moms, hella more. High school was fine arts, and out of all the schools in the district, we had most stuff. Andrew, thank you for the 5, we have cooking, photography, woodworking, mechanics, Jane for the subcast for the 3. Watch the VOD first time at stream, also Skitty for mod 2025, Owen for the 3, but Chumbo for the sub. Super GW for the sub, dad for the 5. Mr. Nightmare's worst hazing video, incidents video. You should watch that. Send it in the video search tab. Sticks and Jake for the sub, Gingerly for the sub, Mark for the 3, or for the 5. Very sick of the hospital pneumonia again. Well, I hope you recover soon, man. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. Bean, Salt, and I am for the sub, Laser for the 3. Hoping to be as big as you one day. Just started streaming. Nobody watches me. Well, you got to keep the grind up, man. Not for the 3. Remember when 2inch said he was going to be in the Dhar Man video? No. Freddie, thank you for the 3. I would tell them the right answers for a month and then give them all the wrong so they would get the 0. Skinny for the 3. My senior year, I had to qualify for state championship powerlifting. Got caught. Cheating, got sent to the principal's office. He let it slide because he knew I was going to win. Finley, thank you for the 3. Literally the same exact thing happened to my history world teacher freshman year. Go to for the sub. I am for the 3. Sorry to hear about your grandpa. You're good, man. JD for the sub. Mr. Crash for the sub. Said for the 3. Longtime viewer. Love the philosophy streams. Thank you. Horsey Scrabbles for the sub. Jace for the 5. Taking honors level average of 2 in a sophomore year. Am I cooked? I have no idea. Horsey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Kaylin for the 3. I did high school in Germany and failed math so bad. Equal the grade out with the other main subjects. I'm just on for the sub. Laser for the 3. Lynn, thank you for the 3. Got away. Bro, I watch you get away from math, not learn it. Sid and Andrew for the sub. Linguini, thank you for the 10 gifted. Benyay, M Broke, and Go for the sub. Mulchi and Sticks for the sub. Next for the 5. Auditioning for a movie, super secret company. Should I make sure to write down the masturbating is a specific skill of mine? Devonga for the sub.
Kelly, you're gonna be rich.
What? I didn't even finish the tournament. The computer got unplugged.
It doesn't matter. Your stream went viral for being the masked girl who built a secret gaming room. Look, Team Shockwave tweeted they want to sign you to a big bonus. Look how much.
We want the masked girl. If you know who she is, tell her we're offering $100,000. Bro, they're just not doing that.
Team Shockwave tweeted they want to sign you to a big bonus. Look how much they're offering you.
This is where she signs like a Tfue contract and gets fucked out of everything. This is where she signs like an 80-20 rev contract and just makes no money for like the rest of her career.
Looks like I don't have to move to the garage anymore. I am buying my own home.
Honey, just wait a second. We can work something out. Just give me a cut of the money, and I have a good feeling I can go down to the casino, and I can make some moves.
Not you sound. Bro, that's crazy. Oh my God, she's sitting there saying it's a waste of time. She was going to pawn this shit for gambling money, and now she's asking for some. She's like, I can make some money moves at the casino.
Honey?
The only person that deserves a cut is Josiah. Let's go.
I mean, actually, though, he deserves like 20K. Like, she wouldn't even have that without him.
What is this?
I just bought a house with my bonus money for all 3.
They're gonna be homeless in a month. You bought a house? You bought a house? Well, you got a 100K signing bonus, and you bought a home. What? Why? You maybe rent an apartment. What are we doing? You're in high school. You bought a house?
3 of us.
What's that mortgage looking like?
Are you sure?
You guys are more like my family than my own mom. We just got a house. We just got a house.
We just got a house.
We just got
Bro, no one would sell her a house. I'm so serious. Nobody would sell her a house. Being under the age of like 25 and trying to buy a home is like damn near impossible. She has no credit score. She's not loaning it. Unless she's buying in full cash, they're just not giving her that house. They're just not giving her that house. I mean, negative credit. She is not even negative credit, no credit. Like, do you guys have credit in high school? Fuck no, you don't have credit. You maybe get a credit card. You don't know what your credit score is, though. You probably spent like $100 on a credit card.
What's up?
What's up is that compelling evidence has arisen to support allegations that you have been cheating off of one of our top students.
Allegations?
You're gonna believe this loser over me?
That's enough. You're gonna have to retake these tests. Come with us.
Isn't that Grand's ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, she's a huge streamer now. She's gonna make millions.
Maybe we were wrong about her, son.
Bro, League of Legends is not that big anymore. I'm gonna have that take. I think content for League is dead. I think League of Legends is you make money as a pro. You don't really make money streaming League anymore. Like, yeah, in 2020, like 2018, when Tyler 1 was grinding it out, and like, yeah, even Arcane, when Arcane dropped, it was more popular. But I'm saying, like, now, bro, you remember when League used to be the #1 viewed category on Twitch? Oh, it is still second. Oh, see, but there's a pro match going on. There's literally the fucking top 3 are pro matches. 52,000 viewers. Cage Roll is watching a fucking pro game. Like, League, see, dude, that's the disparity between League. Look at this. League of Legends. I'm only in English. Let me get out of English. But still, it's like there's like 10 people with a shitload of views, and then it just drops. Like, if you're on League, you're either the biggest, like, you're one of the top 10 people making money, or, like, you're making nothing. She's a pro. That's true. But I don't know. Blown up like that crazy?
You should...
What do you mean drops? Like, I'm saying it drops in view count. Like, very rapidly. Like, compared to... What's, like, another gaming category that's popular? I mean, Battlefield 6. Even, like, CS. CS, there's still, like... I don't know. I feel like there's more like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 viewer streamers in CS that just like have an audience and like grind out content. It's so hard to get big on League anymore.
Give her a call, honey. See if you two can get back together.
Damn. How about you see the mom was cut out instead of forgiven? She has the audacity to criticize her for gaming when she was being a loser herself, constantly gambling. All right, I don't know about being a loser gambling. I think she just had a bad strike. She had a bad streak of bad luck. Okay, you know, surely if you give her, you know, maybe another $10,000, $20,000, she's gonna turn that right around. I think it's like she just needs more investment money. Up for the sub D for the 3. I gave you $3 yesterday. You didn't say thank you, so you apologize. Well, thank you for the 3, man. I'm sorry if I missed it. LeBron the Tower for the 7 milks for the 3. I bought my house when I was 19. You bought a house when you were 19? When I was 18, I worked 55 to 60 hours a week, saving 90% of what I made, 70K down. Yeah, but dude, you're like an anomaly. You know what I mean? Like the average person, the average home buyer. How old do you guys think the average homeowner is? Like home buyer. Probably in the U.S., I just searched it. I'm not looking. I'm going to guess like 32. 38. The average first-time home buyer in the United States is 38. I was assuming like 30. 38, bruh. For the first house. Because you just rent. Now it just makes more sense, man. You just rent. You know, you could even fucking like lease and just own for a long period of time. Like, it just makes more sense, like, economically. Housing is just so expensive. Miss MX for the sub. LeBron and Sarah for the sub. Casper Dabonga, M and Broke for the sub. All right. Chat, lock in here now. MX for the sub. Ugh. Next video. Karen and MX for the sub. Wait, hold up. Sorry, I was checking Discord. Okay, lock in. Pretty boys had it hard in the Roman Empire, literally.
So today's story starts where most femboys' stories start, with a man, specifically Emperor Nero, kicking the ever-living shit out of his pregnant wife until she dies. Anyway, once Nero...
What? A Roman emperor kicked his wife to death.
Finished anti-aliving his wife. He realized the obvious fact that he would, you know, need a new one. And well, I mean, he did find one. Not really the traditional definition of wife, but whatever. Enter 17-year-old boy Sporus.
Oof. Well, dude, what's crazy about the Roman Empire is that was like really normalized for young men to be, or young men or boys to be, like, have a mentor that was older that would, like, abuse you until you were old enough to, like, get out of that.
Wait, not like that. Not like that.
Not even just the emperor, though. I'm saying, like, that was, like, normalized in, like, the classes in general.
Picking my wife, she said. Can you believe this is supposed to be like?
Why? I don't know. I wasn't alive in the fucking Roman Empire.
Like our god, like that dude with the neck.
Well, in general, like older historical civilizations, not all of them, but like the Roman Empire, it was very normal to be like having homosexual tendencies, right? Like a lot of people see homosexuality as something that's like newly accepted, but it depends on the civilization. But like earlier empires may have like encouraged gay acts. Like it wasn't as big of a deal in depending on the area. One of the weird things about the Roman Empire as well is they had brothels well before you think they would have. Like brothels have been in existence for a long time, and they have like you could probably look up images of it. I don't think I want to, but they would have doors with the person and the act they would perform above depicted in art. So like whatever you wanted, like you would walk up to the door that had the thing above it, and then you would go in and the person would be waiting for you for whatever. Let me look that up. Ancient brothels. Yeah. I can't. I don't know if I could show this. It's literally, but it like if you look like ancient brothels, there's just a bunch of different depictions of literally like the positions and like what they would do.
Nah, bro, he is not a god, bro. That's like, bro, he's a fucking mod. Hey, bro, he probably just kicked his wife out the Discord. So, oh no.
What am I watching right now?
He is the Vestal Virgin. Hey, kid, you in the front. Would you perchance be interested in a YN such as myself? But Nero did legitimately notice Sporus because he apparently bore a striking resemblance to his late ex-wife. That was a very poor choice of word. Although Nero actually did have a new wife who was not an underage femboy. So, you know, Nero would take Sporus as his bride by force, obviously. He also,
So he was married and then also forcefully, like, made a relationship with this guy.
Nero also...
I'm not watching the rest of this. I'm sorry. This is getting like, oh yeah, people are just spamming skip. I'm agreeing. All right, move on. Next. I gotta piss real quick first, though. Thank you for the 3. Friday was the 17th I wanted to donate. Thank you for being the light in the darkest times. You made a bigger impact than you could ever realize. You inspired me to be a better person. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'd be here today without having your VODs to fall back on. Thank you for everything. Well, thank you for the nice message, man, and I hope that you're doing all right mentally. And happy birthday. Q Lil, Genesis, and Karen for the sub. Mr. and Moki, Upbeat for the sub. D for the 3. Chat, coming down in 30 seconds. All right. Next. Genesis Willie and Yeet for the sub. Why even high earners are living paycheck to paycheck. Do I have to throw on a political warning? Just in case. Just in case. Oh my God, I've had the fucking branded content checkmark for the last week. This video is not sponsored. Why even high earners are living paycheck to paycheck.
For many Americans, work.
What was the name of that song? It's Travis Scott's new album, Kick Out. Lock in. Why even high earners are living paycheck to paycheck.
For many Americans, work can feel like a hamster wheel. No matter how hard they run, it never feels like enough. Americans, on average, say they would need $520,000 a year to feel rich. And
where are you getting that? Where are you getting that poll or statistic? $520,000 a year to feel rich? That's just not true. Yeah, that's just not true. Chat, how much would you need to make a year to feel rich? I think well off and rich are two different things. I think people would probably feel well off at like $100K a year. If you're like a family man, I feel like rich people like 200K. If you're making like 200K a year, you could shelter a lot of that money very rapidly. Like you could keep your expenses down, probably spend 50, 60 a year, and then just like post-tax pocket a fucking 100 and whatever.
the more people earn, the more they say they need to feel comfortable. Americans making...
Well, yeah, the more you make, the more you spend. But I think that's stupid if you poll somebody that's making $250,000 a year and they're like, yeah, man, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. It's because you're fucking renting an apartment that's $10,000 a month. You fucking dumbass, right? Like, there's a difference between making $250,000 a year and just, like, living like you make. If you make that much money, you're not rich yet, but you're rich in salary, right? That's the difference. You're making enough money to where, number one, you're not going to be in financial worry. And number two, you have enough money that if you spend frugally and save for like 15 years, you could retire.
under $50,000 felt...
What did this? Well, I gotta go. Hold on.
Under $50,000 people earn, the more they say they need to feel comfortable. Americans making under $50,000 felt they needed $157,000 a year to feel comfortable. Those making a...
See, that doesn't... Okay, if you poll the average American earning under 50K, for them to say they need 157 to feel comfortable, I don't think that's that absurd. Because, no, listen, the average American making under 50K, probably in debt, probably owes money on their car, on a house, on their student loans, and they might have kids. I get that, right? If you're like a single parent with 2 kids, you know, you being like, I need 100K, like I'm in debt, right? That's not absurd because then you could pay it off quicker and you wouldn't be in financial worry. I think there's a difference between not being in financial worry, being well off, and being rich.
$100,000 or more said they would need $246,000.
When I was in middle school, a song came out called Mo Money, Mo Problems. And I think that that's true.
No. No. I think, like, this is coming from somebody, I make good money, right? The problems that I have that occur are because my job gets more complicated the more money I make. But the more money I make, I don't incur more financial problems. You have less financial problems. You have less of a worry. Like, if she's making crazy money and she's like, yeah, I think that's totally true. Like, you're just cranking up your monthly expenses to an absurd amount that you shouldn't be paying.
Problems scale.
Your nuts too high.
You still are dealing with a finite number every month. Your worries, your anxiety.
It's too much.
Your budget scales to
Nut? Yeah, this is a South Park reference. The monthly nut. How much money you need.
that. You still are dealing with a ceiling.
About 14% of all U.S. households make $200,000 or more every year.
Okay.
But many of
that could be dual income though from two people
per year. But many of them, dubbed Henrys or high earners not rich yet, still don't feel rich. 62% of people with salaries over $300,000 a year struggle with credit card debt.
What? 60? Okay, bro, these people are fucking idiots. I'm sorry. I'm actually about to start crashing out. If you make over $300K a year, how are you struggling to pay off your credit card debt? Are you fucking kidding me? What are you buying? What are you buying? That you're like, damn, man, I gotta fucking Klarna this. Could I segment this Uber Eats order? Brother, you make almost $500,000 a year.
Earning doesn't actually make you feel rich, spending it does. If most people spent 99% of their paycheck, they'd feel quite rich. And it's the paradox here, when we're in accumulation mode, it's very difficult to feel rich.
It can be pretty easy for someone to feel like I'm making really good money, but I don't have a lot of discretionary income.
Earning more and feeling like you're still on a hamster wheel is what a lot of Henrys experience. And that's because...
because they upgrade. They upgrade. Stay in the shit-ass apartment that leaks from the ceiling, right? Lock in the fucking rat race for 10 years and you're goated. Like, what? That doesn't make sense. If you get a rate, like say you make fucking crazy money out of college. Let's say you're somehow making fucking $80K right out of college. You get a pay bump. 8 years into your career, you're making fucking $250K and you're in your early 30s. The reason your nuts going too high is because you're fucking going, oh, let me get like a 3-bedroom apartment. Let me own 2 cars. Because now you're paying that.
They're
not financial advice. Not financial advice. You're right, Sketty. Thank you.
living within their means. They may have
Nothing I say here is financial advice.
been living above their means when they weren't nearly making as much money, and now they're just continuing to add more and more and more.
I earn $3.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing you see of stupid rich people is they finance shit, use it, sell it before they've paid it off, and then do the repeat of the next thing, right? So they're constantly just losing money because the resale value of the product they bought is so much less than what they got it for. And then they use the resale to pay off the majority of the debt that they've accrued or whatever they owe on the product left. But then they're ending up paying way more, selling it for way less, making way less, not really getting much out of it, and then buying another thing. Like, rich people, like, no, I'm not saying rich people. I'm saying people that are like, I'm not skipping this video. Get the fuck out of here if you don't want to see it. If you're making like $250,000 a year and you buy a car and you have that car for 3 years and you're financing it and you still have 3 years left to pay on it and then you sell it, pay off the financing and buy another car immediately after, like, that's where you're fucking yourself. Because then you're just now you're just like constantly just burning cash for the sole purpose of being perceived as wealthy.
$300,000 and I live in New York City. I definitely don't feel rich. I feel very.
How much does she make?
I earn $300,000 and I live in New York City.
Single. If she's a parent, if she's single and alone in an apartment, $300K. I know New York's expensive, bro, but $300K a year?
I definitely don't feel rich. I feel very lucky. I feel privileged, but I do not feel rich. I could not stop working right now. I have more money anxiety almost now.
But not being able, okay, I don't think the definition of rich is being able to retire. You know what I mean? If you're perceiving rich as retirement, that's where the argument just fucking loses ground. It's like, you could be rich, but still need to work for another 10, 15, 20 years before you could retire. But you're just making rich people money.
Now than I ever did in my 20s. I am on a hamster wheel, and there's no question about it.
Rich is comfortable? No, I think rich is a little bit more than comfortable. Like, I think comfortable is you can pay your bills. You're not worried about, any financial ruin. I think that's comfortable is like 100 a year. If you're making $100K a year, You could get in a car crash or break your arm or have to go to the hospital and not literally be like, average Americans today will purposefully not go to get health help because they know they can't pay for it. That's why rich people live longer, because they will just go get help. If you have a fucking health problem, like people in their 20s and 30s will be like, I'm just not going to go get help until it's too bad to where they're like actually needing to get fucking surgery or they're going to die. Like they'll just be like, I'm not going to go. It'll be fine. I'm going to give it 3 weeks. 100K is not that much anymore, which is crazy. I think 100K is a very good salary. I don't think you're in financial worry at 100K. I wouldn't say you're rich anymore. I think in the early 2000s, if you made 100K, you were fucking rich. But now, like, if you live in New York City and you make 100K a year, I could understand you being like, I'm not banking much money after taxes. But 300 a year? 3 times that?
Henrys often don't feel rich compared to others. Many Henrys are cash rich and asset poor. So they're typically people under 40. They don't have childcare hours available. They're first-time home buyers in the housing market. They're paying off student loans early, hopefully. And their income usually hasn't hit a career peak. So they're very much in that not rich yet bucket, but they very well could be in the future.
Oh, I 100% feel like a Henry.
Marian Contreras was a professional composer, band leader, and pianist who started her virtual assistant business in 2016.
That year, I started to grow slowly, and I was suddenly earning more money than I had ever earned in my life. And I think the number was something like $35,000 by the end of the year. And I went, wow, this is really great. I can grow this.
She then expanded into a digital marketing consulting agency during the pandemic.
For the calendar year of 2025, we're just on.
I don't want to judge, but she's saying more money than she's ever seen in her entire life. And she said $35,000, which is basically the average American income. So how do you go from that to making 300 and then just skew your financials to the point where you're still living paycheck to paycheck? I think it's different if you're like born rich and then you get out of it. Like, people that are born into really wealthy families perceive a good salary much higher than other people. But if you're born poor or middle income and then make a lot of money, you're usually more financially responsible with that money.
Track to make 1.4
or not even necessarily financially responsible. You understand the gravity of the money that you make.
million. We're hoping to get to 1.
You have a high ego. Zach, shut the fuck up. Bro, I know you're like a rage bait chatter. You only hate watch me. All of your chats are fucking terrible. And you get away with it because you're Zach. Look at your chats, bro. You're such a shitty chatter. You're so annoying. You're so annoying. Shut up, please.
1.5 or possibly even 1.6. I'm anticipating my owner's draw to be anywhere between 300,000 and 400,000.
What did she say?
I'm anticipating my owner's draw to be anywhere between 300,000 and 400,000. Had a pretty successful career as a musician through most of my 20s. The thing they don't tell you about having a career as a musician in music school is that you can be playing Carnegie Hall, which I was, and I was making $15,000 a year. And I
mean, that's the arts. Outside of like music production to where like you're actually selling, like you're selling music and you make albums, if you're like a dancer or an artist or in plays, acting, like you could be getting good fucking roles performing live and just make nothing.
And realize how much freedom money affords you now that
Music is you're rich or you're poor? Yeah, I agree.
I see the kind of freedom that
Same thing with real estate agents. I'm not trying to shit on real estate agents right now, but if you're a real estate agent, you're either really successful or like dead broke. You know how many people have real estate agent licenses and make nothing? There's got to be statistics on that. How many Americans have real estate licenses? 3 million people are licensed realtors in the United States. That's like 1% of people in the US. That's so stupid. Why? How many? But I think out of that, it's like only a fraction of them make money. Like, most real estate agents have never sold a home.
Somebody who earns what I do or even more has, that's my goal. That is absolutely what gets me out of bed in the morning.
A lot of the high earners, not rich yet, they're first generation wealth. So they still take their wealth into perspective against their family members or others in their community, and they realize how well they're doing. So they don't take it for granted. But I think what makes them feel
Then why aren't they saving it?
not rich is, we were told once you make six figures, all of your problems will go away. You'll just have so much excess. And I think we know that narrative is not true anymore.
I would have thought back then that
I think $250,000 is excess. I think more excess depending on where you live. Like if you're in like Utah or fucking Texas versus LA or Atlanta or, you know, New York City. But you're still going to be making crazy amounts of money to put aside.
The amount of money that I have in the bank right now, I would be rich. I would have just thought, oh yeah, she's made it, and I don't feel that way. I know that I am on a hamster wheel with my business. I actually really love the hamster wheel. I love what I do, but I also realize that I can't stop.
So Henrys often don't feel rich compared to others. They work very hard for their money, but they also spend a lot more than the average.
You know, no, they spend a lot more. You know what it really is because the more money you make, the more you get introduced to people that make way more than you fucking make. And I make really good money, and I've never said that I don't make good money and never thought that I don't make good money. And I'm rich, right? I'm not trying to brag. I'm saying like I make enough money to where like I don't have financial issues. But what I will say is once you start making more money, you get introduced to people that tower you, right? If you ever get to a point where you're making $250,000 a year, you're going to start to know people that make $1 million a year, and they're fucking $1 million a year versus $250,000 a year, two different ball games, bro. Right? Like that guy, $1 million a year is like funny money, right? Not funny money to the point where you're like Aiden Ross or XQC and you could just buy a private jet, but like you're making enough money to where like you tower over the average person financially.
Average person.
In a lot of ways,
what's the point of having so much money clinging to it till death? What the fuck does that mean?
Henrys may be victims of their zip codes.
$100,000 in LA is definitely very different than $100,000 in Iowa.
I mean, yeah, that's why the fucking minimum wage is a lot different too, depending on the states that you're going in, cost of living, shit like that. Yeah, I think another big thing is, and I say this of people all the time, a lot of streamers, I guess, in this business that make good money act like they're broke. Number one, because I think they farm donos, and they fucking move to the LA Hills and rent a mansion. If you make good money on social media and you're fucking 26, why is your dumbass move? Yeah, no, I know y'all are saying the Hills joke, but dead ass, chat. Why is your ass moving to fucking LA and renting a mansion for fucking $15K a month that you and your girlfriend live in? What are you doing? Right? Like, I'm not, obviously, yeah, splurge a little, man. You're making good money. You own 5 cars. What are you doing? And then they fall off and they go, I'm fucking broke, man. Yeah.
Makes $200,000 a year in LA.
FaZe? Oh, no, I'm not talking about FaZe. No, I'm not talking about FaZe. Yeah, more like the Island Boys. FaZe, they make enough money to hold that down. They make enough money to hold that down. FaZe can buy 5 cars and rent a $30,000 a month mansion, and if shit fell apart, they'd be okay. They could sell the cars and be fine. Yeah, no. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about like TikTokers that get like Twitch clout and then fucking just blow all their money, fall off, and then have to move back home.
You're gonna probably take home $140-ish. Rent for a 1-bedroom, it's gonna be at least $3,000. $40-ish. Rent for a 1-bedroom, it's gonna be at least $3,000. Their car payment's gonna be $700. Car insurance is gonna be maybe $200 a month. Gas is gonna be $200 a month. If you were to annualize that, that's $50,000 right there. The remainder,
$50,000 right there. But I don't want to say, like, if you're making $140K a year, do you really think you're going to have a $700 a month car payment financing? Like, if you make that amount of money, I feel like you would buy a used car, put down a crazy amount of money on it, and then finance it and, like, pay it off in 3 years. $700 a month payment on a car, you make $140K a year? Like, obviously you're not going to buy it outright, but you're not going to be financing that car for fucking 6 years.
Is for all the other things. We haven't eaten yet. We haven't purchased groceries.
I just think it's like when you finance like that, the problem is you just pay off so much more than you're actually supposed to be paying if you pay it more incrementally. Like, a lot of people are like, I'd rather hold on to that money, invest it, and make more. But unless you're able to outmatch that you would owe in interest, it doesn't make sense. Because say you're making, like, say your car's $50K, just as a blanketed thing. Most cars aren't $50,000, but say you're making $50K, and you're going to finance that car for like 6 years, and you just pay it off in the monthly payments, you might end up owing like $65K on that car.
We haven't paid for subscriptions to Amazon and Netflix. We haven't gone on vacation yet. We haven't purchased clothes yet. It can whittle away your discretionary income if you're living in an area that has a high cost of living.
Because they be splurging, bitch! I own the same tank top I got on Amazon 3 years ago! It fucking sags. Look at it. It's torn up. I don't care. I've been contemplating getting another pack soon, bro.
When my business started
God.
to grow,
Brooke forces me to buy more clothes.
one of the first things that I started spending more money on right away was food because I don't have time to cook.
That's facts. Ooh, don't have time to cook.
I had more money than time, and so I started eating Grubhub 3 meals a day most days. After that, it became rent.
Well, see, no, that's a problem. I think you spend more money on food for sure. I buy fresh produce more. I still shop at Walmart. But you best believe I'm buying 3 cases of blueberries, bitch. Every week. 3 cases. Boom, boom, boom. It's already fucking $40. You know, you're cranking that out. Huge ones, too. I'm buying those fucking, ooh, the pounds. Love fruit.
Because I hit...
Mine's $1? Well, yeah, the mini ones.
$1 million a year in revenue, and I said, that's it, I'm moving to Manhattan. And so my rent doubled, and I suddenly was paying $4,000 in rent. What is very worth it to me is to live where I want to live. I was proud that I could live here. For about a year, I would...
Bro, but don't you think you would be crashing out paying $48,000 a month in rent? Or not a month, a year in rent? I feel like I'd be sitting there going, like, I'm just setting this on fire. Like, at that point, I would, if I was spending that much on rent to live in, like, a 1-bedroom, maybe 2-bedroom apartment, I feel like at that point, like, you should just, like, down pay a house. Because it's going towards nothing.
Walk outside my apartment and just, like, look around.
That much?
Just be like, oh my gosh, here I am. So that was lifestyle creep for me.
Lifestyle creep is the common phenomenon of spending a little more money as you earn more. It can happen to anyone at any income.
Lifestyle creep can really...
I'd be tipping more. That's what it is. I'd be tipping more. I'll be getting food more. I eat out a lot. I'll eat out a lot, and I'll be like, when I was in Missouri... Like, I was tipping people like 30, 35%. Whenever I'm on a business trip, I'm like, hey, I'm making money. $30 order, here's fucking like $20, bro. I just walk out. It's fucking...
Sneak up on you. You start earning more, and then you just...
But because it makes me feel good, too, you know what I mean?
Decide, well, I can buy more things. I need a...
Tipping a clanker 35%? Oh, no, I'm not tipping on those fucking machines 35%. Bro, I'm saying, like, if I'm getting a waitress...
second car. I need a bigger home. I need to go on this European vacation. I deserve this European vacation because I work hard for...
So you tip so you feel better? No, but I mean, that's a side product, yes. I feel nice. I would feel bad if I didn't tip.
My money. The problem is if you're not continuing to increase your savings at the same time, you are putting your financial future in jeopardy.
That shift happens everywhere in our lives, from the small purchases to the really big ones. Cars, houses, vacation, and most of these expenses are fixed.
Lifestyle creep impacts almost all tax brackets, but it can take different forms. One 2024 study found that when low and middle income households were given an additional $1,000, no strings attached every month, their spending increased primarily on basic necessities, such as food, transportation, and rent. However,
if it is a steady increase of income, Does anybody remember when the stimmy checks hit? Stimulus checks from COVID? This is coming from somebody that, you know, obviously is in New Jersey, so it's different. But a lot of those stimulus checks were blown in Atlantic City. Like, you could ask Brooke about that back when she had to work there. Like, the amount of people that entered the casino was absurd. To gamble, to buy food, spend money, right? Like, it was just, they saw it as more like a gift money that they're just going to go and blow on other shit rather than something they're going to use. What is a stimulus check? During COVID, it was like, because jobs were fucked and people had higher expenses, everything cost more because the whole like product line got all fucked up. The government was basically giving people that needed money. And it was for like expenses and stuff. And a lot of people did do it on that. But a lot of people were just like, hey, thanks for the $1,000. I'm going to go blow it in Atlantic City in one night.
However, when higher income households were given the same $1,000, they increased spending on both necessities as well as discretionary expenses, like Marie did.
I spend more on my hair. I spend more on makeup. I get my lashes done. I get my nails done. I think it's just something that comes with the territory.
I don't know anything I spend more money on. Bro, I just, like, buy people drink. I don't care. Like, that's really what it is. If I go out, like, I'll buy... Every time I go out to a bar, I'm buying people a round of shots. Like, I'll buy my friends drinks. I'll pay for the Uber. And I won't really press you for the cash. I want you to pay me for the Uber, not for the drinks. But if they don't pay me, I'm not gonna bitch at them, you know? I'm not going to say it's $20. If they mention it, then I'll be like, yeah, it was this much. How often do you go to the bar? Like every other week. But like, you know, a round of shots is like $200. You got a bunch of people going. But it would be like that. I don't know. Just more food. And then like stream shit. Like I've really been getting into like the Amazon reviews. Like that Temu review, I spent like fucking $1,000. But it's like, I mean, it's a write-off still because it's like a part of the business, but it's just like, I'll spend more money on like content shit too.
Birds of a feather.
And then like vlog trips. That's what it'll be, like vacations. Yeah, I'll spend more money on vacations. Like I'd rather, ooh, you know what it is? I travel Main Plus now. When I fly, if I'm buying the ticket and it's not paid for me by a company, I'll travel Main Plus. Not first class because that's too much money and I can't reason that amount of money. But I'll travel Main Plus where I get a free checked bag and I get like 6 inches more of leg room. And it's way better traveling. Way better traveling. And maybe like free drinks.
Tend to flock
on the flight
together, and their spending tends to be more.
Because it's like, it's another, say you're flying like a 4-hour flight, it's probably another like $200, but I'm getting a free $50 check bag. So now it's really only $150 more. Actually only $100 more because it's $200 more for the ticket, but I'm getting 2 free check bags, one there, one back. And I'm getting better leg room. Can we watch something else? Yeah, in 5 minutes.
You make about $85,000. Your friends probably also make about $85,000. So you're doing similar activities in the same economic bracket. Once you have friends that are making $200,000-$300,000 a year, your activities will change. The restaurants that you will eat at will differ and change. They're going to probably be a little bit more elevated. Your vacations are going to be more elevated. Your clothing is going to be more elevated. It's not necessarily spending irresponsibly, but they're spending.
All of your spending has increased by 20% just because you buy higher quality goods.
Aligned with their friend group and their community. That's why a lot of them oftentimes don't feel rich because they're spending along with their friends.
Well, that's what I was saying, perspective. Like if you're in a work environment where you're making $300K, all your work friends probably make as much, if not more than you, and then immediately you just feel broke. Chase and Dom for the sub. Undermine, thank you for the thray. One of the top creators right now. Last time seeing you for a while since I'm shifting off to Paris Island to become a Marine. Well, thank you for your service, man. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you for being genuine and entertaining. Well, dude, good luck. I hope the training goes well. And thank you for your service. Vader, thank you for the thray. I had to make a new account, been sub for years. Awesome. Nicole and Diana for the sub. Why do you have to make a new account? Art and W Rad for the sub. Vader for the sub. Nick, thank you for the 3. Play Slime Retro, already beat the game. Stony, thank you for the 6 subs. Right, Methra, Chaz, and Psycho for the sub. Willie, Genesis for the sub. Year for the 3.
emotions are tied
I know we have 6.7K viewers, chat. It's not a big deal.
so tightly to what we do with our money. It happens to everyone. You get
My God, you're just spamming the 6-7 shit.
get a raise, you're feeling great. You deserve to go out to
Sub only. Instantly.
dinner. In fact, you deserve to book that cruise. But the reality is that money was supposed to be earmarked for a bump up in your retirement savings, or money that you were going to put toward your child's education, or maybe you don't have an emergency fund, or at least not an adequate one, and the money should have gone there. When we allow ourselves to let our emotions overtake what we're doing with our money, we lose sight sometimes of what our goals are and how we have planned to meet them.
Henry will sometimes look to the mega millionaires or the billionaires and wish that they had more, but it's really just that upwards comparison for more.
Who the fuck is looking at a billionaire and going, I need that. I need that. I'm not making good money right now. I'm not making good money right now. If only I had Elon Musk money.
That keeps them stuck. More will never.
Me, I never wanted that amount of wealth. I think most people want... Like if you were gonna spawn any amount of money anybody could make yearly to an individual that would make them happy, I think like $1 million a year. I'm saying not like the minimum. I'm saying $1 million a year is like all you would need, you know, to do anything you want. If you have $1 million a year for your whole life, you could buy any car you want, go anywhere you want. You don't need to buy a mega yacht. You could charter one for a month, you know? Like, you could go do stuff. You would be blowing that money, but, like, there's... Why would you need fucking a $500 million mega yacht? Like, that's just stupid.
Be enough.
Most people that are like, if I won the it's like, hey, if I won the lottery, I'd do this. Most of the things they describe that they would do, you could do making $1 million a year for, like, 15 years.
At a certain point, and you have to decide what you have is ultimately enough and start appreciating all that you do have instead of fixating on all that you don't.
Experts say the best way for Henrys to start to feel rich and to get off the hamster wheel is by budgeting.
Is by buying homes and then raising the rent during holidays. So you go and you see, no, the best way you get off this hamster wheel is you're gonna make a shitload of money. You're gonna start investing into low income areas, and you're just gonna skyrocket rent to the fucking roof.
And planning for the future.
You can't really
become a loan shark. Get into private equity.
Figure out if you're rich yet, unless
start giving out $10,000 to people, but require them to pay you double the next week.
you know where you stand right now and where you want to go. You need to know your net worth. Doesn't matter how much money you have. It's not just for rich people. You have a net worth. What you own minus what you owe is your net worth. Everyone has one. Yours may be negative at this point, but you have to figure how to turn that around. Once you know your net worth, then you can start to build on what are your goals? What do I want to have in terms of my retirement?
I don't think you need to know your net worth to know your financial goals.
Savings, in terms of savings for college if you have children, in terms of emergency savings in case anything happens, how secure will I be? Once you have significant emergency savings, enough to cover, say, 6 months of your expenses or more, you're going to start to feel rich. Surveys have shown that financial well-being is tied closely to emergency savings. And so if you know that you're not going to have to whip out a credit card, that you're going to be able to pay for the roof that needs to be fixed or the car.
No, you know what determines whether or not you're making good fucking money is if you don't look at the paycheck before you hand them your credit card. I think that is like the definitive. And it like for anybody, if you don't need to look at how much something costs before you pay for it, you're making really good. Like you're fine, right? Now, and I'm not talking like a flex on a date where you're just like, I got it. I'm saying like anytime you're out at a grocery store buying something, yeah, here's the card. You don't even like, your eyes glaze over when they're like, it costs this much.
Car that breaks down, you're going to feel rich.
I always have to look. I will look if it's like an expensive restaurant. But if I, like, say I'm out to eat at like Chili's, hey, can I get the check? Before she even hands it to me, I just hand her my card. I'm like, there.
Wealth is often.
Because I know it's half price apps. I'm probably going to be paying like $35. But I also like I go to those restaurants a lot.
It's an emotional feeling. It's a mindset to feel truly secure and not to have to worry about finances at all. Feeling rich, it can feel much more about the bottom line and the dollar amount. So one is more about the tangible number in your bank account, and the other more is
I'm going to get a job because of you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it, man. Get into the workforce.
Feeling. Most people aspire to reach a level of wealth where they don't have to stress or worry about their finances or even about the future generations, to know that there's a cushion there.
One of the things I focus on with my clients is a budget should be a representation of your values. The issue is you can't value everything. You have to prioritize it. And when people see the hard numbers of what they're spending on a monthly or annualized basis, and they see, oh my gosh, I'm spending $5,000 a year eating out, I will ask the question, are you enjoying those meals at $5,000? Is it bringing you that much excitement and that much joy? And most people will
Yeah, those Chipotle burritos are fucking banging. I can tell you that. Can't live without them.
say, no, Camila, it's not. The food is okay. I'm doing it to be social. Well, we'll talk about other ways that you can be social without spending $5,000 a year eating out.
Oh my God. Other ways you could be social without spending $5,000 a year eating out. What is she going to give me? What social event can you go to that doesn't cost money? None. The park? You going to go hang out at the park? You going to post up at the park? A fair? Fair costs money. What the fuck are you talking about? County fair? Where are you going to play no games, eat no food, go on no rides? You're just going to walk around and stare at the Ferris wheel with the lights and go, ah. The library? That's not a social spot. The beach. Costs money. Costs money. Beach tags. Got to pay to go to the beach. Everything in your life costs money. There's nothing that you could do in your life that doesn't cost money. That's a social setting. Like a public area, that's not shit. The lake costs money. Anywhere you go that's like a fucking kept area, like a beach or a lake or somewhere like that, where they're like upkeeping it and getting rid of trash and providing like porta potties or whatever, they're going to charge you.
You can't buy clothes consistently, travel consistently, eat out consistently. You have to pick maybe one or two things where you're going to focus.
The park. The park isn't a social setting. You're not going to go mingle and meet people and hang out with your friends at the park every day. What the fuck are you talking about? You're going to go hang out at the park?
Your discretionary spending and then take that extra and reroute that to savings so you can start feeling rich.
Spending gives this immediate dopamine fix, and seeing wealth in an account with numbers and commas often can be far more satisfying, though we don't realize it in the moment. It's almost like the difference between
the McDonald's play place, yeah, covered in shit and fucking diseases,
in an exciting yet very toxic relationship versus a secure and stable long-term partner. I think the feeling of safety and the feeling that you can weather this long-term financial storm is far more satisfying, and we have to train ourselves to value that safety over the quick fix of a fancy car or a shiny new watch.
My advice for somebody who's on the hamster wheel is understanding the trade-off. I could get off the hamster wheel at any time, and I know that. And I know that my circumstances may change. For right now, this is the answer for me. My advice to somebody who's feeling that anxiety is understand that this is a choice. There are trade-offs. What I have learned is that I have been very burnt out and exhausted as a person who doesn't earn a lot of money, and I have been burned out and exhausted as a person.
Oh my God, I thought she was saying she doesn't make a lot of money.
Who does earn a lot of money, and I would take being a person who's burned out and exhausted and has money any day of the week. I would rather do that than be burned out and tired and also worrying about my bills.
Am I supposed to feel bad for this person making $300K a year with a business that makes $1.5 million because she doesn't have self-control and discipline and uses her money sensibly? I earned a fraction of that, and I've done this in 10 years of my career living in New York City and now London, and I've saved the majority of my income, live very comfortable, and a good amount of savings. I'm sure my net worth is much smaller than this person's, yet she complains about not having enough people these days. Even the most expensive cities live paycheck to paycheck. You look at your spending, not the system. Yeah. $300K in any city in the United States, you have enough money to save money. I don't understand what her monthly expenses are. Even if she's spending, she said she spends $48K a year on rent. she's probably paying in New York, what? Probably 100K on taxes, maybe a little bit more depending on her expenses. But yeah, you have high state tax, you have high federal tax. But even then, like, you're pulling in probably 150K unrealized, say 20K in fucking food bills and some other shit for, like, you know, electricity, water. Even then, you have a solid 80 to 100K that you could be putting away that you're just, like, blowing. Polar for the 3. I live in Cali, never paid a dime to go to the beach. King for the sub, Archive for the 3. Group Goon Session doesn't cost anything. DeRay for the 3. Interview next week. Wish me luck. Good luck. Boss Man for the sub, President for the 1,000 biddies. Don't know how bits work. Love the videos and VODs. You become my hope to change for the better because I've seen you do it. Thank you. Well, I'm glad that you fucking seen that in me, man. And thank you for the fucking 1,000 biddies. And I hope that you're doing well. IF Lincoln and Dead for the sub. El Polar for the 3. All right. I gotta piss again, then we're hopping into the next video. Start another chat. Could you look up what a shoe bill sounds like? We've showed that on stream before. I gotta piss. Count me down. All right. We're back. Andrew and Bob for the sub. Sapphire, thank you for the 5. But yeah, we've seen what shoe bills sound like. Next video. Movies that pissed me off. Derek FTB. Thank you for the 5.
You know, when I'm watching movies, there's usually only 3 emotions I want to feel. Fear, joy, or sadness. But sometimes when watching
fear, joy, or sadness
movies, there's a 4th emotion that sneaks up on you.
Anger.
Whether it be characters.
Bro, I was just watching The Mist last night. Has anybody ever seen that movie? As an example, I think a lot of like horror movies and just movies in general have the most annoying character in the fucking world. And in that movie, this is just an example. It's this woman right here. There's a mist that rolls over town. People start dying. And she's like, it's the end of days. This was shown in Leviticus. And she starts like basically starting her own cult and like basically motivating people to kill each other because she's saying she is the prophet of God. Spoiler alert, ends up getting fucking pieced in the head. She just gets shot in the fucking stomach and then they shoot her right in the head. And it's like the best scene in the movie. So I'll say this. If I'm angry at a character in a film and they drag it on, but they end up killing that character in the end, I'm fine. I hated that character so long in the movie. The entire movie, she's so annoying. But like it builds and then it's like, boom, and she just gets shot and you're like, there we go. Right? So any movie that does that, I think the most annoying movies that piss you off are films that have really unbearable characters. Like, what's another movie that has an annoying literally, Finding Nemo. That woman. Or not woman, that girl. Squid Games. Yeah, the religious lady from Squid Games. Where she would go, the spirits, they're telling me it's this way. And then all of her fucking followers get stabbed to death. Yeah. Shit like that. Toe Mater. You don't like Mater from fucking Cars? He's a good character. What do you mean? There's so many annoying ass characters. Skylar White. Yeah. Skylar White from Breaking Bad. But like her reasoning to be upset is kind of valid. Her husband is basically a like kingpin. Like he's a meth cook. and kind of hides that from the family. Yeah, so I get that there.
In the movie,
Lori Grimes. No, I'm gonna go like any Walking Dead character. Every and any Walking Dead character has pissed me off at one point or another. I mean, now we're on TV shows instead of movies. Outside of Rick, maybe. Or not Rick, Daryl. Outside of Daryl, I think every character in The Walking Dead has been really annoying at one point or another. Any scene where Rick goes, Coral! Coral! Fucking shoot him. Oh my god, he's so annoying. Just kill the main character. I'm fine with it.
The ending of the
Coral! Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
Movie or just the plot. Sometimes there's movies that just bring out the rage in me. So I thought I'd go over some. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be going over some movies that pissed me off. I'm sweating just thinking about it. And in the end, I'll go over the movie that angered me more than any of them. And the first movie that comes to mind is Dragon Ball Evolution. And honestly, most
never seen it.
Action adaptations. Live action adaptations are one of those things that always fascinated me as a kid. But now, I can't stand the sight of one. Something about the show or video game or book you love coming to life was just so cool. Like,
I think a book coming to life is really cool, but a live action adaptation of an animated film I think is kind of stupid. Usually. I want to see the new Lilo and Stitch. Is it good? I want to see that, but like they did it with what's the dragon movie? Why am I blanking on this? What's the dragon film? How to Train Your Dragon. And they have that one guy, and he talks in such a stupid way. And people glaze it so bad because he has to be like a wholesome character. What's the guy's name? How to Train Your Dragon. What's the main character's name? Hiccup? And I'll be like, well, I don't know. I mean, it's just fucking... and they have like... Where I need to find a video of this. I'm like stumbling over my words. This is upsetting me. Hiccup. How to Train Your Dragon. Live or voice. Like it's the guy that does the voice. Oh my god, he does it at like Universal or something. And whenever I see him talk, I'm like, I know it's his job, but it like actually physically upsets me watching Hiccup speak. What is that called? Where it's like a ride, and they go talk to a Hiccup impersonator. What is that called, chat? There's 6,000 people in stream. Somebody can fucking tell me. What is that called? Don't give me this emote. Don't give me that emote. Tell me. Somebody knows. It's like a meet and greet. Bro. At Epic Universe? Oh my god, this is it.
Please.
Oh, it's fucking so annoying.
Want to keep their
oh my god, I get like people are like, dude, he does it so well. I'm like, yeah, I'm not mad at him. I hate the character that he has to portray.
Everything intact, right? Yeah, never take a toy from a dragon. So if
never take a toy from a dragon. I mean, realistically, there's a lot of things that you have to deal with when you're training a dragon. One of them is you have to watch out for their back scales because they're actually pretty sharp. Fuck!
something that you want to keep there, it's best to just
leave it alone. You don't really want to. What accent is that? It's like it makes me angry listening to Hiccup speak. I'm like, I'm fucking mad at you. Like, why do you? And the hand gestures.
I still remember Googling pictures of Pokemon in real life.
That's not a Canadian accent. It's like, chat, that's not an accent. Nobody sounds like that. I've seen people from Toronto. Nobody from Toronto sounds like that. It's not American either. It's like it's not Scottish. Are you kidding me? I don't know. You got to watch out for the scales. I think they can be pretty scary at times. Nobody sounds like that.
Especially Gardevoir. But the movie that broke this fantasy for me was the worst live adaptation movie ever. Dragon Ball Evolution. I got a lot of comments telling me to go over this, and I think it's because y'all knew. Y'all knew how I would feel about it. If you don't know this movie, this is the live adaptation of my favorite anime of all time, Dragon Ball Z. And this movie is so I'm not usually a hard critic, but I mean it. This movie is terrible. I've never seen a movie get so many things from its original source wrong. And don't think I'm one of those nitpicking dudes obsessing over small details. Goku's undershirt is actually a lighter blue. No, this movie got major things wrong. Instead of Goku being this Saiyan warrior monkey boy that everyone knows him as, in this movie, he's a high school student. A white American teenage high school student.
It's because they're trying to appeal to the audience, bro. They know so many people aspire to be like a cool anime character that they always cast it as like the average audience member that's watching, because then they can relate to it more.
Come on, bro. Goku's supposed to be fighting androids and flamboyant aliens, not school bullies and quiet kids. And it doesn't just end at Goku being a high schooler, no. They also got him following this Fugazi karate kid with 2002 Spider-Man storyline. It even got its own Uncle Ben scene and everything. I wish I was making this stuff up, but I'm not. What pisses me off the most about this is, did they even try, like, at all? I would say they got some messed up AI summary of the movie, but this dropped 16 years ago. So this means the dudes behind this film looked over at the Dragon Ball manga and anime DVDs sitting on their desk and said, F it. Let's read a quick summary on Wikipedia and do it off the dome. And the
let me get a schmoop summary and just fucking record this shit.
Crazy thing is, Dragon Ball is so popular, you don't even really gotta know Dragon Ball to see how bad it is either. We can do straight visual. Look at Goku in the show, now look at him in the movie. Goku's teacher in the show, now look at him in the movie. Goku's signature move, you know, the Kamehameha, everyone knows it. In the show, now look at it in the movie. Why is it blue air?
Yeah, it looks more like Harry Potter, right? Like they did a little spell. Not even really blue air. It just kind of looks like animated wind.
Movie. Why is it blue air? They even did one of the coolest villains in the entire series dirty. Piccolo in the show? Now, that's not Piccolo, bro. They made him light-skinned. How y'all gonna make the one green dude a light-skinned? This movie just hurts as a fan. How you gonna give the most popular anime of all time one of the worst rated movies?
Is Dragon Ball Z really the most popular anime of all time? Is there anything that would match it? Naruto or One Piece? Most popular animes ever. Probably Dragon Ball. #1 anime of all time. Full Metal Alchemist. What? Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, Death Note, Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, and Kimetsu no Yaiba. I've never heard of that one. Oh, and that's Demon Slayer. What is Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba? That's the name of Demon Slayer? Why? But nobody ever says that second part. Death Note? Dude, I haven't seen so many animes. Most watch anime shows. Let's go to the very end. Pokemon. Ooh, do you think Pokemon would be bigger than Dragon Ball Z? Potentially.
Movies ever. But that's how it is for most live action adaptations, sadly. They all suck.
I feel like more people... Okay, off of anime views, Dragon Ball probably might have more. But listen, don't you think the average person would know Pokemon over Dragon Ball Z? But that's from the trading card game, yeah.
Most of the Disney ones, trash. The anime ones like Death Note, trash. The Sonic movie, nah, it was good. I can't lie. And then the one I have at second worst, the Avatar movie. Bro, this movie was cheeks. Who is on? But adaptations, they do piss me off, but it's more like a disappointment. A movie that bugs me a bit more than adaptations, though, is Friday the 13th.
Bro, I fucking can't get behind the Jason films. I think they're so boring. Boring, dude. Like Michael Myers, every slasher film, whether it's like Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, or Michael Myers, Halloween, they're all bad, right? They're slop. They're fucking old 90s, maybe early 2000s, just shit, right? They're fun. But it's enjoyable, right? It's fun to watch on Halloween, like a Michael Myers film. When I watch Jason, dude, I'm like, this is just... Every movie's bad. The acting is like... It's so bad. It's not... It's like... It's beyond bad that it's good. It's so bad. It's... And then he's also just not scary. Like, even though he can run, and Jason as a character in general, like, put to real world terms would be really scary because he's like basically immortal and can run at you, I would be more afraid of Michael Myers.
This is the first of these movies I'd say I'm a pretty big fan of. I mess with the game heavy, like heavy. I like the whole summer camp killer horror movie vibe. Like Sleepaway Camp and Fear Street 1978. Those are some of my favorites. And of course, I love Jason. Honestly, all the killers from this franchise. Jason, Jason's mom, that one random dude, Jason X. I love them.
Oh, dude, no, that one was so bad. That one was the worst one. You like Jason X?
Come on, with all these positives, what could,
oh my God, was that the one that was futuristic?
Could possibly be
whatever one was in space was like the worst film ever.
Pissing me off. The characters, except for a few exceptions, these dudes are not only so easy to forget, but
they're so stupid, and that's why slasher films. That's why Jason is. It's the acting so bad, and it's not that Jason's not scary. I'm gonna take that back. Because Jason is scary, but it's like they dumb Jason down because how dumb the fucking characters are. Because the characters are so stupid that if Jason had the IQ higher than a rat, he would kill them all in 10 minutes. Because they don't run away. They don't lock doors. They just sit there and go... and they throw a chair at him, he falls. They don't make sure he dies, and then they run 10 feet away, and he fucking just gets back up and stabs them. I'm like, bro, kill him. That's the biggest thing of slasher films, is they're so stupid. I love, like, modern horror, where the characters are smart, but the villain is just, like, Einstein, dude. Like, it's like a battle of the wits. They're playing a chess match, and they're, like, matching each other. That's the best horror film shit. It'll be like they're running, yeah, and they trip. Sketty said they trip. They'll trip on a carpet. They fall, and then Jason falls too because they can't kill him too early. So they're just dragging on the scene. Like, bro, come on. It's like low IQ fucking storytelling.
These dudes' decisions are so dang stupid. Jason's great at hunting people and stuff. I don't mean to discredit him, but they just be making it.
Oh, no, he's ass at it. He's terrible at it. I think anybody with an IQ would be able to fucking get away from Jason. I think Jason is scaled down to be as dumb as the characters.
Too easy for him. If they're not dying because of randomly
yeah, Terrifier. Oh, no. See, that movie's fucking scary because it's gory and you just can't get it. Like, Terrifier's just creepy. That, you know what really did Terrifier for me? Was in the first film, when he's losing, just pulls out a pistol and shoots him. We're not sticking to this facade that these killers can't fucking use cheat codes to win. And, like, they're like, oh my God, Art's gonna die. Pulls out a fucking Glock. Doom, doom, doom. And he just goes, all right, well, if I have to. Like, he'll do it. He'll just pull out a gun. And then that makes him 10 times more scary because he's not Michael Myers. Michael Myers doesn't run. Michael Myers only walks. And he has to, like, live by that rule. So I could just run away from him. But, like, Art the Clown might run me over with a car. He'll shoot me. He'll set me on fire, right? Like, he'll do anything.
Going to take a piss in the woods, they're dying because they just can't keep it in their dang pants. I ain't saying I wouldn't want to do the same. I mean, I'm only human after. But there's a time and a place. They know they're at Camp Crystal Lake. It's also the way they go about it. Like, they'll be in the middle of the woods and hear a scream in the distance. What was that? I don't know. Take your top off to be safe. And this ain't just a Friday issue. This is a...
Well, no, I was watching one Jason film for the first time in a while with Brooke. And she was like, she calls out this woman immediately. She goes like, she's like, that woman's going to be the character they use for like a sex scene. I'm like, how do you know? She's like, they always, in Jason films, they always introduce this one character as like, maybe a more shy person, but somebody that's obviously flirtatious. And then randomly, they'll just be like, I'm going to go skinny dipping. And they just get butt naked. Fucking, and then they kill them.
Horror movie thing. Throw them up there too. Plenty of horror movies.
You've told us that before, I know.
Plenty of characters making plenty of stupid decisions that just frustrate me. Saw got like 25 movies and they got at least one dummy in every one of them. No pun intended. Scream got people refusing to unmask the killer and trying to fit through doggy doors. Like, what are you doing? Same thing with The Ring. Hella dummies. And this one especially gets me mad because who in their right mind is watching a cursed tape that kills you? Who? That just flat out ain't smart. And the sad part is, as much as I'm flaming these horror movie characters, some of y'all watching this will do the same things, especially when it comes to The Ring. If this tape dropped today, I know for a fact.
Oh my God, bro. Half of my audience is dying. I might die. If somebody handed me a tape and they were like, this is cursed, if you put it into a VCR, you'll die, I'd probably watch it. I'd go, you're lying.
Some of y'all
like, I'm not gonna take your word.
Watching is gonna be tapping in. And if you're saying it's not me, no, it's probably you, bro. It's probably you. Don't lie to me. But no characters in a horror movie piss me off.
I don't have a VCR. I would go out and buy a VCR.
More than the parents from A Quiet Place. Oh my goodness.
Bro, I tried to watch A Quiet Place on an airplane and I turned it off like 5 minutes through because I was like, this is probably a terrible movie to watch on a plane. Because the whole movie's quiet. So all I hear is that, like, ominous airplane buzz. You know what I mean? Like that. So anytime I'm like, I was locked in on the film. And, like, 5 minutes in, I'm like, this is supposed to be, like, a suspenseful, quiet scene. But all I hear is, like, people moving, coughing, crying. And then in the back, I hear. So I just turned it off.
Movie pissed me off more than the parents from A Quiet Place. Oh my goodness. In a world where if you make noise, you die. These two not only decided to have a baby, which is one, so irresponsible, they pretty much gave this baby a death sentence, and two, how did they manage to get down without making a noise? I need to know. But they also were the reason their other baby died. A lot of people like to blame the daughter for not noticing the kid take the batteries, which is fair, I guess. But me, I blame the parents for not.
I'm blaming for the parents for not duct taping their kids' mouths shut in this film. Like, I feel even my own. If I live in The Quiet Place, wouldn't you think to just, like, straight up seal your mouth shut so you couldn't fucking speak in high stress scenarios? Like, if you ever did have a scary reaction, you would just go. So then you're not, like, cut your tongue out? No, well, then you wouldn't be able to eat.
Watching their dang kid. You telling me they were walking for how long and ain't looked back once and noticed a toy playing in this kid's hand? And why was the youngest in the back anyways? Well, what is this? Again, this is a world where you could die from making noise. Literally me going,
I need to watch this movie.
My 23 years on this earth will be over. You can slide with a little negligence in the real world, but in this one, nah. This is why I'm so passionate about telling y'all how I would survive these things, man. These dudes be stupid. But I digress, because like I said a while back ago, I can make a whole video on stupid decisions in horror movies. And now, before I go over the movie that pissed.
See, I didn't watch the whole film, so I don't really know. Like, how, in any area, if you make noise, you're cooked? Or it's just, like, really loud noise in specific areas where the monsters are? Because, like, what if I have to, like, rip ass while we're walking in the woods? You step on a stick, you're dead? No, probably not.
Pissed me off the most? I gotta talk about a type of movie that pisses.
They hear all noise. Yeah, but, like, certain noise would probably be good, right? Like, if you're near a waterfall, that they would probably not care.
Us off as a collective.
Somebody said waterfall. So they'd go towards a waterfall? Why are people saying waterfall? Yeah, they wouldn't care.
Musicals. I hate musicals. I know some people love them, but if you're asking me.
Oh, no, I despise musicals. I don't want to go on this fucking rant again.
80% of them
are. Somebody died in the film. You okay, Jonathan? Well, my father, when he was a boy. They just start singing. I'm like, dude, this is an emotional scene. You should give me, like, a gritty, like, fucking performance. You should convince me that you're actually this character and your fucking dad just died. But instead you break out in song.
Are terrible.
Certain movies it works. Like High School Musical, who cares? Because it's a fucking movie about high school. So we're all in this together. I don't really care, right? That's fine. But when it's like a musical and they're trying to like also tell a genuine story, it sucks.
Unless it's something made by old Disney or like Grease or something, they're butt. Especially nowadays. The new Joker movie, that movie was trash.
I didn't even watch it.
Everything they were building in the first one, ruined. Same thing with the new Mean Girls movie. What a fall from grace. Just because they sung Jingle Bell Rock in the first one doesn't mean you make the second one a musical. Wicked is another one. Oh my. You know what? Just so the theater kids don't hit me with every slur in the book, I'm gonna just keep my opinion to myself. It was that! Like, obviously the songs were good. I mean, I would never listen to them again, but they were good. But even with good songs, I felt nothing watching this movie. I didn't.
No, musicals don't give you any... You don't leave feeling a good story, in my opinion. I think it's person to person. But if you watch a musical, I'm never leaving going like, wow, that movie really, like, changed me. You know? Like, you're not going into that film like, wow, that was like a mind-blowing experience. You're going, yeah, they sang a few songs and it was cool.
I like it, but I didn't hate it. It was just nothing, which might be worse. And then there's the new kid on the block, K-pop Demon Hunters. I know I'm late to the party, but I got some things I want to say about this movie. And before the K-pop fans attack,
never heard of this.
Calm down, Slick. Hear me out. Now, when I initially saw this movie on my Netflix feed, I was already skeptical.
Oh, it's on Netflix? Yeah, it's probably gonna be ass.
A musical movie about K-pop singers hunting demons? And Liza Koshy's in it? What even is this? So after putting it off for a while, I watched it. Me, a musical hater, sat down and watched the musical K.
It looks like it's kind of copying the animation of like Miles Morales.
Demon Hunt. It was already singers hunting demons, and Liza Koshy's in it? What even is this? So after putting it
like, this just looks like the comic book style of like Miles Morales.
Off for a while.
Oh, it's the same studio.
I watched it. Me, a musical hater, sat down and watched the musical K-pop Demon Hunters. And if I'm being honest, without sparing any feelings, this movie wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. I dare even say I liked it. But there was something that pissed me off. For something that's not normally my cup of tea, it was good. The animation was good with the new Sony Spider-Verse thing going on. The music.
Yeah, I think that animation where you're like looping in like a 3D cartoon vibe, but it's also got like cool lights and changes. Like they're doing a lot of high texture stuff.
Bro, outside of New Jeans and that one song from 2K16, I wasn't a K-pop guy ever. But this movie.
That one song from 2K16. Dynamic duo. Never heard that.
16, I wasn't a K-pop guy ever. But this movie had some bangers. I liked all the songs, but Soda Pop and Golden were the best ones. Hands down, hands down. And then, of course, the main characters. Rumi, Mira, and Zoe. Even them, I can't lie, they're all likable. Zoe's my favorite. Only thing I will say that actually pissed me off about this movie, Rumi's adoptive mom. Oh my goodness, she was the worst. Bro, the entire final act could have been avoided if she just sat down Mira and Zoe when they were young and told them, hey, so Rumi's kind of half demon, but she's good, so we good? Boom, situation solved. But yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters, for something I normally don't like, is not bad. The ending did feel a little rushed, but it's calm. That title is still crazy though. And now for the movie that pissed me off more than any of them, the 2009 movie Brothers. Now, I need to...
Brothers. Have I ever seen this film? Have y'all seen this? Brothers 2009? Jake Gyllenhaal and Tobey Maguire. I feel like I might have seen this. I don't know. I feel like I blend a lot of Jake Gyllenhaal movies together because he always just plays like the very stoic guy that comes in times of trouble.
I need to say this before I start. I love this movie. The cast, the music, the plot, everything. The cast, please go watch it. I made my mom watch it the other day and she cried. Go watch it. But Derek, I thought this movie pissed you off. Oh, it does. If you've never seen this movie, we follow these two brothers who live two completely different lives. One being Sam, who's played by freaking Tobey Maguire, my boy.
I've seen this. I've seen this I've probably seen this when I was like 10.
Best Spider-Man, no debate. Disagree, I'm smacking. And the other one being Tommy, who's played by Jake Gyllenhaal. I told y'all about this cast. Like most brothers, Sam and Tommy may come from the same parents, but they're different. Sam is a
Oh my God, what is that kid from? Why is this kid famous? What is this kid from? Oh my God. Bro, you know what I'm talking about. Everything? Nah, I feel like they're from like another Disney film. Not Conjuring. Bridge to Terabithia? I've seen her from something.
They come from the same parents, but they're different. Sam is a Marine with a happy family. He's got a wife, Grace, aka Padme, aka Natalie.
Oh, she's from Wizards of Waverly Place? Bro, she's in that too? Nah, this actually has so many famous people.
I told y'all about this cast. Like most brothers, Sam and Tommy may come from the same parents, but they're different. Sam is a Marine with a happy family. He's got a wife, Grace, aka Padme, aka Natalie Portman. What the? 2 daughters, Isabel and Maggie. A house, you know, he has a happy family. While Tommy is a bum. Nah, just kidding. Not really. I don't know if he's broke, but he is an ex-convict, so not off to a good start. Point is, Sam good, Tommy unemployed disappointment. But one day, Sam, being a Marine, has to go back on tour to Afghanistan, which I always thought it was silly how they called going back to literal enemy territory a tour. Like, that doesn't sound war related at all. That sounds fun. If my dad told me at 6 years old, son, I'm going on tour to Afghanistan, I might just sneak in his luggage. That sounds lit. That's not the point though. Point is, Sam has to go back in the field, and y'all know how war goes. Before even touching down, Sam's helicopter gets shot down and he is presumed dead.
Oh my God, then does Jake have to step in as the father? I definitely have not seen this film. I thought I did.
R.I.P. His family gets word of it, and obviously it hits them hard. His parents lost a son, Grace lost a husband, Tommy lost a brother, the 2 girls lost their father. I mean, even the people. We lost Spider-Man. Now you're probably like, what's there to get angry about, Derek? This is just sad. Well, after finding out about his brother's death, Tommy decides he has to step up and be there for his nieces. Being an alcoholic does in fact not pay bills. Aw, that's sweet. But while watching this positive shift in Tommy, I balled my fist a little because I had a feeling where this was going. It starts with Tommy visiting the girls while they make pancakes, then him getting his buddies to repaint their kitchen, then him helping set up Grace's birthday party, then him going ice.
Oh my God. And then does he get with his brother's fucking widow? No. He fucking gets with the wife?
Getting with the girl.
Bro, that's fucked. I've never seen this. That is actually fucked. Literally trying to bag your fucking brother's wife because he's dead.
And then, y'all see where this is going. Grace and Tommy start developing feelings for each other. And even kiss. Bro, this had me fuming on the first watch. Like, how could y'all do my boy Sam like this? Tommy, that is your brother.
I don't think remarrying is necessarily bad if they died, right? Like years later. But, you know, not with the brother. You know, keep it out of the family.
The title. Now we're in diapers together and you're the younger one? You're making us look bad. And Grace, you are a grown woman falling in love with 2 brothers? What you think this is? The Summer I Turned Pretty? Yeah, I'm hip. I know that show. But Derek, can't you see that they're both grieving and found comfort in one another? And in Tommy's case, this loss was making him a better person. Are you really that immature you can't understand their situations? First of all, yes, I am that immature. Second of all, this isn't a maturity issue. This is just wrong. I don't care that Grace is moving on or that Tommy is getting better. I like them. I'm happy for them. But does it have to be your brother's wife and your husband's brother? This is 2009, bro. Dating sites already existed. Anyone remember eHarmony? Yeah, one of my favorites. Why couldn't they?
Oh my God, eHarmony. Bro, I used to see ads for that. I was watching Comedy Central at the hotel in Missouri when I was waiting for, like, the slap fight. Bro, modern commercials on adult TV, every 3rd ad was promoting a phone sex company. And I'm sitting there like, am I actually watching Comedy Central right now? And it would be between South Park episodes, and it would be like, call this. First 5 minutes are always free. Do you want to talk to me? My name's Rebecca. I'm from Louisiana, and I know how to get down. I'd be like, bro, bitch, you're not going to be talking to Rebecca on the phone. right? You're going to be talking to some random person at a call center wearing a fucking headset like mine, just going, hey there, hey there. First 5 minutes are free. After that, it's $1 every minute. It's probably more than that. Every $10 every minute. The fuck out of here. And somebody's going to phone that in. You're watching South Park. You're like, yeah, I need to call this number.
They just find somebody there. And third of all, which is the reason this whole debacle pissed me off even more, I ain't tell you this, but Sam survived the crash. Yeah, so the whole time Tommy and Grace were over here enjoying each other's company, going
no,
ice skating, sharing drinks, kissing. Sam was trying to survive being tortured mentally, physically. Bro, he even murked his friend under threat of his family being killed. And he didn't even know what was going on back home. To be fair, they only kissed once, but still, ignorance is bliss. Luckily for Sam, eventually the Marines retrieve him, but the damage is already done. When he comes back home, Sam was not the same whatsoever. Like, in bed with the shoes on is crazy. And Sam, although going through all that mental torture in Afghanistan, still had his brain at 100% because he noticed what I noticed. He noticed that Tommy and Grace were getting along pretty well. So he confronts him in the most shocking way. Like, I can't even...
Hey, you fucking my wife? Hey, are you having sex with my sister-in-law?
Do it justice explaining it. Just watch.
Did you f*** her?
Oh my god. The fuck?
This has me dead every time I rewatch it. Tommy ends up telling him no, he did not, which is actually the truth. They did not do anything besides kiss from what we saw. But he didn't tell him they did kiss, which still led to an issue. Because since he wasn't clear about this, a small part of Sam still felt like they were hiding something. I mean, their chemistry is undeniable. And all this leads up to the most infamous scene in the movie, the birthday scene. Oh, the birthday scene. So after some feeling guilty and trying to re-enlist and getting rejected, and Sam acknowledging a shift in attitude and trying to get better, if you're wondering how bad his attitude got, he wasn't laughing at his daughter's corny jokes. I know, crazy. We get the birthday scene. My blood pressure's going up just remembering. So everyone's chilling as they celebrate the youngest daughter's birthday, you know. Whole fam's there. Sam, his parents, Grace, Tommy, Tommy's girlfriend, who's clearly some form of cover-up, and the two daughters, Maggie, the birthday girl, and Isabel. So like I said, everyone's chilling, enjoying each other's company, until Isabel, for no reason, starts taking Maggie's doll. Sam tells her to stop, you know, it's kids doing kid stuff, so he just tells her to stop. But then Isabel takes another one of Maggie's dolls. So Sam tells her to stop again. But this time, Isabel didn't just sit there in silence. She starts saying, Maggie always gets everything, and I didn't get anything for my birthday last year. And you were in stupid Afghanistan. Ooh, my heart is thumping. But it gets worse. Because little Isabel starts crying, and yo, shout out to the actress, by the way. She pisses me off, but love her. Little Isabel
What else is she in? Nah, I need to look this up. Brothers. I've never seen Bridge to Terabithia. Everybody was saying that, so that's definitely not where I've seen her. Just Go With It with Adam Sandler. Maybe it was Bridge to Terabithia. Have I fucking seen that film? With that other kid, Josh Hutcherson. Ugh.
Starts crying, so she grabs a balloon and just starts messing with it. You know, doing that annoying sound when you rub on it and squeeze it. Ugh. Just being a bad kid. Sam again tells her to stop, but she keeps going, at this point doing it on purpose. So Sam has...
If I'm mad at my kid and I'm like, yo, stop fucking with the balloon, and she's staring at me like that, I probably ain't even pressing her. Just fucking... I'm like, she might stab me right now.
Oh, and at this point, doing it on purpose. So Sam has enough! Pops the balloon. And this is where it all went downhill. This little girl, Isabel, tells Sam, couldn't you just have stayed dead? Oh! Hold on, she continues. You're just mad Mom rather sleep with Uncle Tommy.
Isabel!
Mom and Uncle Tommy have sex all the time.
She said they have sex all the time? No.
Oh my days. This scene did something to me when I first watched it. Somehow, this little girl went from a character I ain't care about to Oh my goodness, there goes the blood pressure. You know how painful that must have been for Sam to hear? He must have immediately thought, well, not only does my daughter not love me as a dad anymore, but she'd rather my brother be her dad. And oh yeah, my wife and brother betrayed me. Bro, I genuinely hated all three of them after this, especially Isabel. There was no need to do all that. Shout out to Bailey Madison. But Derek, she's just an angry kid.
Okay, no. I gotta make a point here. It's fucking whack that they got together like that, but like, they thought he was dead though. You know, like I'm saying they shouldn't have gotten together. He still could have been their father figure, right? Like, Isabel making a valid point that, like, he's a better dad than you because he was basically their father. Regardless, he could have just been platonic and not gotten with the wife and just been their father figure.
First of all, I don't care. And second of all, y'all don't
he still did lie though.
Understand yet, because I had even more reason to be mad when later that night, after a quiet car ride home, these used to be terrifying, we see Isabel and Grace talking in bed, and it's revealed that Isabel straight up lied, which is like, phew, I guess I don't hate Tommy and Grace. But you lied? That's more messed up than telling the quote-unquote truth, especially because this little lie leads to one of the saddest moments I think I've seen in any movie. Grace, after putting the kids to bed, walks in on Sam sitting in the living room, crowbar in hand, in silence. Sam walks into the kitchen and asks Grace if she knows what he did to get back to her.
No.
You know what I did? To f***ing you! And I hate this word because it's overused, but Sam...
No, valid though. Because you got to think, like, you're in that mindset in war. You got captured and you're being tortured. Like, the only thing getting you through is getting back to your family and your wife's fucking your brother.
Just straight up starts...
Not fucking. They, you know, romantically with the brother.
Crashing out, having a breakdown. Bringing up Grace sleeping with Tommy, which we know didn't happen. Still asking...
That's like the most valid crash out I think I've ever seen. I think he could go further. I think if he lit the house on fire, that would be valid. I think, bro, you get tortured in Afghanistan because you're like, I need to get back to my family, bro. This is what's keeping me going. And you get back and your daughter's like, I wish you were dead. Your brother's a better dad than you. And they've been fucking. I'd be like, whoa.
Her, do you know what I did? Telling her how much he loves her. Not gonna lie, when I watched this, I teared up, y'all. This is sad. Tommy walks in and hugs him, which almost works until it doesn't. And while Sam is pressing Tommy for all the quote-unquote things he's done behind his back, he hears the cops outside and it gets sad. Sam goes out there and pretty much just tries to make the cops pack him up. Gun in hand, shooting in the air, telling them to do it. This was some sad stuff and intense. Tommy eventually tells the cops to cool it and he uses the power of brotherly love to defuse the situation. Somehow. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Cops are shooting him. IRL, you fucking start letting it fly in the air. If cops are pointing guns at you and you start shooting in the air, they're killing you. They're immediately, they might shoot you in a non-lethal spot, but they're shooting you.
Help but say it. If Sam wasn't a war hero and he was a few shades darker, this movie's ending would have been...
Oh, yeah.
Darker. The movie ends with Sam being hospitalized and him and Tommy and Grace being in good graces and him telling Grace what he did to get back to her and the family. Kill his friend. Like I said, this movie pissed me off, but man, it's sad. And it's some heat. As much as I blame Isabel and Tommy and Grace, I know it's all stemming from the war. Because that's what this movie's about. The consequences of war. So I hope this taught y'all that not all movies that make you angry are necessarily bad. Sometimes they just make you emotional. Not you though, not you. That was pretty much all the movies I wanted to go over this time. And yeah, I said this time because there might be a part 2. Comment down below some movies that pissed y'all off. And also, I'm doing a part 3 for movies I thought were weird, where I watch the weirdest movies sent in by you guys and give you guys my opinions. So comment down below some movies, or even easier.
I loved when he did that. The fucking weird ass movies. Actor piss you off, that's how you know they did a good job of what they're doing. That is very good. That is very fair. I think some actors get genuine hate because of the roles they played. But, like, for example, Skylar White, fucking great actress. Great actress. Hate her character. Hate her character. But that means you did a good job. All right. Keegan and Kirito for the sub. Trust for the three. My father died when I was 9. He told me that he loved me the night. Then he told me he loved. Then the next day he died. Please don't read out loud. Why would you? Z Extra and Sophia for the sub. I'm sorry I read that out loud, man. You put don't read out loud at the end. Sophia for the 3. I just finished one of your VODs. Psycho, Dexter, Ur, and Ianto for the sub. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Fat in your favor for the sub. PQ for the 5. You're entertaining. You always make my day. Beaver and Trap for the sub. Your boy. Lucas for the sub. Pancakes for the 3. Skink Park's free social place. Ass for the 5. Keegan for the sub. And I'm sorry for your loss, Tristan. All right. I have to piss again, and then we're going to hop into the next video. Count me down 30 seconds. Let me play a different song. Oh. Lock in. Watching the sister for the sub. Last for the 3. Would you go to war if America got into war? No. JD's for the sub. I don't support the idea of war, and I don't want to die for the, like, I guess, fighting for power beliefs of different creators, right? I think it's different when it's like World War II and you feel like you're fighting against something that makes sense, but a lot of wars now are waged for reasons that I think are not worthy of killing thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. JD's watching for the sub, and children. Like, if we got into war and I had, like, say something, we got into war and it was, like, involved with Israel, I'm, like, 100% not going. I would dodge the draft. I don't even think I would get cleared medically to go, but I would dodge. I'm not going to go fucking, like, if I had to, like, go fight or something for that, no, I'm not doing that. That's just me being flat out. I mean, we've done PCRF charity streams. I don't like the idea of what's going on with how they're controlling Palestine in general. And then if other countries got involved, like with what's happening with Iran and shit, and then we had to get roped into that, yeah, fuck no, I'm not going. Watch for the sub and vote for the 3. Just noticed how high I am when I tried to skip the bathroom break because I thought I was watching the VOD. Definitely could for the sub, Kiki for the sub, Korea for the sub, Love you for the sub. All right. Next video. The Bizarre World of Taxidermy.
How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're going to be looking into the interesting world of taxidermy. If you've ever been to a Bass Pro Shop or a Cabela's, you've probably seen hundreds of stuffed animals that hang on the walls and ceilings. Dead.
Dude, fucking taxidermy deers freak me the fuck out. That's what you see the most. Like, what's another animal you see taxidermied often? Outside of, like, deer, like, just any deer, buck, like, fucking maybe, like, moose, a bear. You see bears taxidermied often. And maybe depending on area if you live very north. But whenever you see that, don't you just feel like they're looking at you? Like, I remember there was one that my, like, not my uncle. It was, like, one of my distant family members had at this fucking outhouse. And it was right above the urinal. And every time I would pee, I would look up, and it's just sitting there like this. And I'm like, eyeing it down as I'm fucking taking a piss. I'm like, why did they put this here? Hated it.
Carcasses stuff.
And then one time, oh my God, one time I was tripping there, and there was this like fucking, it wasn't a deer. I think it was a reindeer. Like whatever this is. Not, I don't know. What's a little different? What is this animal right here? I think this is a reindeer. I was looking at it, bro, freaking out. Or an elk? No, panicking. I'm sitting there like it's gonna get out of the wall.
It a pose for
a dead animal. You just fucking posting that stuff in it, post it up on the wall. Why?
Ever. It's beautiful.
Would you ever get your pet stuffed?
I want to be.
No, I hate when people do that. I hate if you're gonna. I think there's a difference between like stuffing a animal that you hunt versus a pet that you owned. I think that's fucking wild. Your own life, your pet. If your animal dies and you go, I'm going to get this motherfucker stuffed. It reminds me of that one woman that got her kid taxidermied.
Stuffed.
You ever see that? I can't even show that on stream. I think it was like an Argentinian woman and her kid died and she got him like taxidermied. And I don't know if she got him taxidermied, but like she kept his dead body in like a statue position holding a soccer ball. It was very weird. I don't know if it was real or not. I saw it years ago.
BBC's in my area.
So I don't think it was AI.
Stuff me up and become my asshole Build-A-Bear. That's because hunters are the biggest consumers of taxidermied animals and products, or so I thought. It turns out that there is a whole underground world of taxidermy where people are turning animals into purses and stuffing their dogs. But it goes so much deeper than that. Humans have
I was going to say the biggest thing that I've seen taxidermied now is like they'll combine animals. They'll do like a turducken. Like they'll make like a squirrel chicken and they'll fucking combine the parts of different animals. Taxidermy animals combined. Bro, it's so hybrid animals. Yeah. Like, why would I want to own that? Like, a wolf peacock, a wolf cock.
Have been taxidermied since the Egyptians were mummifying pharaohs. But what if I said that people have been getting stuffed up until the modern day? So grab some formaldehyde and your favorite specimen as we get ready to delve into the freaky world of taxidermy. Starting with the basic stuff, the basic bitch stuff, animal taxidermy. One of the oldest and most infamous examples of taxidermied animals dates back to the 1730s in Sweden. During that time, many European monarchs were interested in exotic animals that came from Africa and other parts of.
And when they were dead, they wanted to keep it in some art form, so they would stuff it. I just wonder how they even knew how to do this. Like, what is inside of the animal? Like, do they fill it? Like, do they cut its like butt open and then stuff it like a Build-A-Bear? Like, I'm not even joking. I'm actually, how do you get all the insides of an animal out and then fill it with something else? They're not just embalming it, chat. Embalming is like draining the liquid and then pumping it with something that's preservative. Oh, don't they just skin it? I think that's what it is. Yeah, the eyeballs are fake. They skin the whole animal and then get a mold that reproduces the muscular look of the animal.
Of the world. King Frederick I of Sweden was no exception to this, and in 1731 he received a lion from the ruler of Algiers as a thank you for paying a tax to prevent pirates from raiding Swedish ships. While in Sweden, the lion was used to thrill guests as a symbol of power for Frederick. However, when it died, he wanted to preserve it and continue to use it for its original purpose. So, he sent it to a local Swedish taxidermist, and when he got it back, it was severely mangled. Didn't do very good.
Well, yeah, the dude's probably never worked on a lion before. What's up? Thank you. Love you. Ray, thank you for the 5. My grandpa stuffed a squirrel with wife beater holding a Coors Banquet smoking a cigarette. Like he just did his own at-home taxidermy. Poozy, thank you for the 3. Finally back from shoots, was in Greece so long. Hope it went well. Last thing I watched was Mafia 1. Oh, that was months ago. Death for the Three. We need a Jack and Joe, and Jack Pembroke collab. I was actually texting him the other day about it. He wants to do the cruise thing with me. Sister and watch for the sub, lobby for the sub, lost for the Three.
Job. The skin was poorly attached around the frame, and the face had a cartoonish expression with human-shaped teeth, big goofy eyes, and a crooked wooden tongue. This is what it looks like.
I feel like I've seen a picture of that before. Dude, imagine giving a dead lion to a guy and be like, can you fucking stuff it? And he gives you this back. This is the best I could do, man. I'm sorry. I really mangled it. I was just trying to skin it. I couldn't get it done.
Awesome.
Not bad for the first taxidermy.
There's no way that was the first. 1730s, I feel like people had stuffed geese and shit all over the time. Right. Maybe the first taxidermy lion, but they definitely had some fucking deer heads and stuff. From that point on.
Well, it was probably easier to taxidermy, like, smaller animals.
It became a huge joke that was ridiculed by everyone who saw it for its poor quality. Today, it is still mocked as one of the worst taxidermy jobs, and thousands of people travel each year to see it in person. I love that you can still see it. I want to see it. Nick, is it in Sweden?
Yeah.
Because I want to say, I've always wanted to go to Sweden.
Me too.
Where the men and women are beautiful.
You're going to go to Sweden, and now I have an excuse to go see the worst taxidermied animal ever.
Beautiful and tall. You ever see how tall, like, average height a Swedish person?
6'3".
Something like that. Like,
isn't it just Nordic people in general are the tallest? I think it's Norway has the tallest people. Tallest people by country. Netherlands, Montenegro, and Latvia. The average man in the Netherlands, is 6.5 feet. Or not 6.5 feet. 6 foot and half an inch. Montenegro is 6 feet. Average woman in the Netherlands is 5'7". That's tall. Because the average man in the U.S. is what, 5'9"? What about the shortest? Probably island countries. Laos, Madagascar, Guatemala, and the Philippines. Yeah. The average man in Rwanda is 5'2". There's no way. The average man in is 5'2". That's very short. That means there's people that are like averagely 4 feet, like less in the 4 feet.
You'd be like the size of their babies. Yeah, would you breastfeed on a woman's tit up there?
I don't know if they offered.
How long would you go for?
Until I didn't like it.
That's a hard parameter to follow. I don't like this anymore. With modern technologies and centuries to improve the craft, you'd think that taxidermy would never...
Ew.
With modern technologies and centuries to improve the...
Oh my god, they just have to paint its skin.
Craft, you'd think that...
And then glue it.
Taxidermy would never get that bad again. But... you'd be mistaken. In many Chinese museums, there is a phenomenon where the animals on display are poorly reconstructed. At multiple museums across China, you can find deer with the wrong antlers, squirrels and other rodents that look flattened, and big cats with horrible facial expressions, similar to the lion from Sweden.
Why are they fucking showcasing those at museums, though?
Sweden. Not only is the skin...
They couldn't just fucking pay for a better one?
Poorly attached and loose, but their poses along with their eyes make them all look uncanny. Across all of China, it is reported that there are only about 40 professional taxidermists. All of them are over the...
In all of China? The entire country. 1 billion people. There's 40 taxidermists.
Age of 40, with many having helped with animals in the museums. And many theorize that the reason why Chinese taxidermy is so bad is because it's a dying art lost to time.
They have like a billion people.
How do we know they don't think it's funny? They really assess it Tom and Jerry, so the lion has like a big hammer or something.
Like, I don't think there's many taxidermists in the U.S., but say we have 360 million people or so, 340 in the U.S.? I would guess there's probably like 10,000 taxidermists.
Am I going to hit something?
Yeah, maybe it's an art form. Maybe
you press a button and then the thing rotates so it faces you and it does the Jerry scream. Ah! You have him a scream? That'd be kind of fun.
I kind of like this. Sounds actually pretty cool.
Also, there's only 4. Do we have fact checking for this?
There's less than 100 pro taxidermists in China, so 40 is not totally accurate.
40 professional taxidermists? Isn't there like 7 trillion people in China? Raise your hand if you're a professional taxidermist.
Today's video is sponsored by...
Dude, sourcing somebody would be so hard. That would be the issue. Is if you wanted something taxidermied, you would have to go, like, possibly hundreds of miles to get it. What the fuck?
And not all bad taxidermy is laughed at. There are many who intentionally create bizarre or unusual animals because there's a large market for them.
See, I would buy that. I'd buy that. As long as I knew they didn't kill it for it and they let it die, I would buy a rat holding a Corona giving me the finger.
Online.
That's kind of funny.
Jack Devani is a British...
See, no, I'm not fucking with this. What is this? A duck chef?
Taxidermy.
He's holding a tomato and also... Oh, he's a gardener. A duck gardener.
Artist based out of Plymouth who blew up online a few years ago
for
for
a goose.
One of his creations. In a video uploaded to his YouTube channel, Jack shows off how he gutted a
Oh, no.
rat and turned it into a pencil pouch. Give him a little cheese. A zipper on its back allows you to access your pencils and you can sharpen them in its ass. That's awesome.
That's very...
Oh my God, that's gross.
It's kind of, I don't know how I feel about it being like, I'm actually putting this up his butthole.
I wish it was
up his butthole. I'd be like, bro, I'm carrying around. I think it's different if you have it as like a showpiece where you're like, look, that rat's giving you the finger, versus me being like, hey, bro, you got a pen? Yeah, sure, man. And you just pull out a dead rat. Open it up. Here you go.
His mouth, so he's like eating.
You need tooth floss, by the way? I got that in here too. Maybe some breath mints.
It, like
yeah, if it would give this, you know, like, oh, look, he's sharpening it with his teeth. It's kind of weird to just be like, let me put this in his butthole. From there, his account blew up.
A dead possum. Should I get a dead taxidermied possum? Oh my God. I mean, come on. He's rowing a boat. Look at him. That's just, I feel like that's something that I could get behind. Ooh, this one looks kind of gross. I don't even want to show that. I don't think I can show that. That just looks like a dead possum. That doesn't even look taxidermied. Mittens and It's for the sub. Pixel Rab, Awary for the sub. Ray, thank you for the 5.
Up, and he has gone on to create and sell all sorts of weird creatures. These include a dead rat magnet, a rat paw high-five machine made of rat paws glued to springs.
Who's buying this shit? I'm not. Who's paying $43?
Rat magnet, a rat paw high-five machine made of rat paws glued to springs, a monster figurine made of chicken shins, and a functioning toaster with a complete rabbit upholstered around it.
Fire hazard. Actual fire hazard.
Including the head, paws, and tail. It's adorable. Many people call him weird, and rightfully so. It takes a truly strange person to make creations like these. Not only does he sell dead rats and other animals, but he also has a website where he sells his used socks and underwear.
Yo, this guy's a bag chaser. No, this guy is truly a bag chaser. Nothing goes to waste, reuses everything. Buy $41 for his fucking used combat long johns. Or not combat, fucking compression.
In underwear. Well, I mean, come on. If we're already in the market, I mean, there's money to be made. You know what I mean? Come on. Jack is one of many artists across the world who make strange taxidermy creations for a living. It has grown to become an international market that has swept the world by storm in recent years. That's what I'm saying, dude. If I'm just sitting there and I take a bunny and I smash its head in, I cut it up and I'm like, let me put a toaster in this.
What would you make?
And I'm shitting my britches and I'm pissing myself. I'd sell it online. Do you think people sell socks where they piss on them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, there's probably a big market for that. Pea-soaked socks?
Yeah.
One of the most popular animals you can find online is a squirrel.
Yeah, squirrel taxidermy, because they're so abundant.
That's true, there's too many squirrels.
They're also small and easy to kill.
And cute. And easy to kill. Anybody and everybody is taxidermy squirrels into bizarre abominations.
No, that one's fire, bro. That looks like it's from over the hedge. I would get the fucking grocery cart one.
Abominations. If you hate your drink getting warm, then fear not, because a woman on Instagram has a solution. Meg is a self-proclaimed ex-vegan hunter and taxidermist who began creating the revolutionary product Squoozies. She takes dead squirrels, cuts them in half, and hollows them out, creating a fuzzy yet insulated koozie that fits.
No. I don't know. I feel like if it's like a statue and I'm not touching it, I don't want to rip that out at the function. Okay. Hey man, you got a koozie? Yeah, here's the bottom half of a squirrel. You keep your Miller High Life cold.
Most cans.
Just don't touch it. Its nuts are still attacked.
Cans and beer bottles. Most.
Yeah.
Not all. Get that out of your head now. Meg's creation still has the tail and in some cases the scrotum attached to immerse the user.
The ones with balls probably go for a higher rate.
Fully. However, she is not the only person to create squirrel creations. Similar to Jack Devaney, people make squirrel wallets that you can hang off your bed. You can also buy squirrels dressed up in all sorts of outfits and in different poses.
Like a Labubu.
That'd be kind of cool. Taxidermy blind box.
Oh.
It's gonna be smelly though, huh? Taxidermy stuff usually smells kind of weird. I think it's just because, well, you go into like an oddity shop, there's all kinds of chemicals and shit. It's like a very chemically smell. I guess if it's in your home, it probably wouldn't.
I don't even know chemically. I would say it smells more like mildewy. Like have you ever been into like an attic or a closet that hasn't been opened? That's really what it is. Have you ever walked into like a closet that holds like your raincoats or winter coats and you only open it like twice a year? And whenever you open it, you get this weird, like, waft, and you're like, what is that fucking smell? It's like, it smells like something that hasn't been, like, it's just sitting for months and months. It's not like a smell, like, bad. It just smells weird. Like, stale.
Maybe. Unless the Chinese got a hold of it. We stuff these with oranges and potatoes. Outside of squirrels, you can find any wild animal turned into weird novelties. Etsy is one of the best places to find these novelties, and people go crazy for some of these items listed. From weasel slap bracelets to cubes made entirely out of compressed mice. If you can think of it.
Bro, that is fucking gross. No, the fucking slap bracelet, whatever. Just a fucking, like, a cube of crushed dead mice. What am I doing with that? What is the practical use or purpose of this? This is not a showpiece.
Mice.
Is this a conversation piece? You're going to put that on your desk?
If you can think of it, it probably exists. You want a cube of mice? Okay, that's awesome. Check out. Taxidermy of the wild animals is pretty normal, but some people even go as far to get their pets stuffed. On TikTok, an account...
I think that's obsessive. I think that's weird. That's the inability to move on from a dead animal. Like, you're not mourning them. You know what I mean? That goes back to what I was saying with, like, open casket stuff, where it's like, I think it's different because obviously you bury them after, but, like, imagine just, like, keeping your dead animal. That's just so weird. Like, yeah, you remember their physical form. I feel like that's, like, disrespectful to, like, taxidermy your animal. Sorry for anybody that taxidermies your animal if you have your dead pet fucking sitting next to you. But, like, I don't know. Like, chat, everybody knows Daisy, my dog. Imagine if Daisy died and I just had, like, her taxidermied sitting there. That'd be, like, weird. That's it. I think it's different if it's, like, your bird, maybe. Like, if you had a taxidermied bird that was your pet. Even then, I'd be like, bro, that was like your aunt. Like, you had it named.
Called Nature's Fallen, a special request for people's pets. If you send in your beloved pet, it will be turned into a pillow and on top of a pillow.
Bro, I remember in 5th grade, we had like gerbils in my like homeroom class, and one of them died and the other one ate it. And I remember my teacher came in really sad and let us know that it died. And I was like, why is she so sad? I was like, they were like, oh, it's a gerbil. And then she was like, oh, they eat each other.
For people's pets. If you send in your beloved pet, it will be turned into a pillow. And on top of a pillow...
See, fuck now. I'm going to fall asleep on that.
Get their bleached skull, their front paws with ribbons, and an urn with their ashes.
I think keeping your dog's ashes or whatever, you know, the one thing that I do like is the idea of a paw print. Where, like, as they're getting put down or after they die... Like, somebody will get you get a paw print of their ashes, or, like, they'll get an ink paw print that you get to keep. I think that's cool. Like, that's a keepsake that's, like, not weird. But, like, your dog's severed hand. Ooh.
Paws with ribbons and an urn with...
And nobody, and like, they're like, the people that do this are like, yeah, that's normal. Like, dude, imagine if like your dad died and you're like, yeah, let me cut his hand off and keep it in a box.
Their ashes. And if turning your pet into a couch ornament is too much, you can...
Oh, I still have the political warning on. Go to chatter. Thank you.
Send them in to get preserved in a jar of formaldehyde. You want to play Jeffrey Dahmer?
Why would I want that?
I want to do that with my best friend, Teddy Maxx. Like when I was a child, I was like, oh, when my puppy dies, I want to stuff him. But now I feel like I want to respect their body by...
I don't think I said that. By throw them in an oven? Yeah, just throw them in a ditch. Do some shit like that. Bury him in the woods. I say feed me to the animals, though, dude. Throw me in the fucking wilderness. Let the bugs get me. Let the wolves take me.
Throwing him in the oven.
In a ditch? Yeah, dude, you bury your dog.
Good video. While some people are preserving their pets in unusual ways, others are turning to technology to keep a piece of their animal.
Pet cemetery? No, I wouldn't be doing that. Go to like your friend's house, be like, yo, can I bury my dog in your backyard? You got a friend? Can I bury my dog?
Forever. In 2016, Bart Jansen lost his cat Orville after he was hit by a car and wanted to find a way to honor him and keep his memory alive. So he took his cat's dead body.
Why not your backyard? Got a backyard, brother.
And taxidermied it onto a drone. Orville's maiden voyage was in 2012, and ever since then, he has been flying through the sky. After seeing Orville...
Wait, sorry, I distracted here. Did this person turn their cat into a drone?
Voyage was in 2012, and ever since then, he has been flying through the sky. After seeing Orville's success, Bart was inspired to turn other animals into drones that weren't his. Since then, Bart has made a badger submarine called Das Boot, an ostrich copter, and a rat copter. His next
the rat and the ostrich copter don't look very stable.
Project is the cowcopter, and he claims the hide is being tanned before it's fully assembled.
That's gonna be a big drone. A cow flying around.
You think he's trying to do it to where you can get inside of it? It's like a one-man helicopter?
Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah, you get inside of it.
He like lands back down on his hooves.
You need to do like a hippo for that. You couldn't sit inside of a cow. Maybe a big bull.
It's actually pretty sick. Despite animal taxidermy evolving into super weird niche for collectors, it is completely legal. However, there's a dark underbelly to taxidermy that involves human taxidermy.
If he brings up the lady that taxidermied her son.
Taxidermy. Humans.
I saw that so long ago.
Have been getting preserved for thousands of years, with some of the most famous examples being the mummified pharaohs buried in Egypt's Valley of the Kings.
But is that considered taxidermy? How do they mummify somebody? I know they drain all the liquid from your body, but I thought then they just wrap you in shit and like basically like dry you out. I don't think that's like taxidermy. How did the Egyptians mummify their dead? They would remove all of the body's organs, dry them with natron, and then wrap them in bandages. Yeah, so they would basically remove the insides and then fucking... Would they stuff your insides, though? No. I don't know.
Really call that taxidermy as much as just religious rituals, but who am I to say? Other cultures, such as the Mycenaeans, created bronze death masks to preserve the dead, but those pale in comparison for some of the more macabre examples we're going to talk about. During the 18th century, oddity shows were on the rise around Europe as people traveled the globe in search of what they believed were the weirdest things on the planet. One of the main attractions that drew customers was the display of taxidermied people. Most of those on display were Africans who had lived in Europe or had been brought back from expeditions. Angelo Solomon, formerly known as Mamadi Make, is one of the most well-known examples, taken from North Africa to Sicily and sold to the Australian field Marshal Prince Lobkowitz. Angelo was able to get proper education and lived better than most servants at the time. And with his education, he became a skilled Freemason and led the Freemasons for years. His social status rose. And before his death, he was part of the social circles of Mozart and the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. God damn. And when he died in 1796, the Emperor took
is that a mold of his face?
Possession of his body and buried only his entrails, despite his daughter's request. His skeleton and skin were then stuffed and put on display. The background of his exhibition was set in an American swamp featuring songbirds as well as capybaras. His corpse was on display on the Imperial and Royal Natural History Cabinet in Vienna until 1806, when it was moved to storage. In 1848, Angelo, along with countless other artifacts, was destroyed in a fire that ravaged the
Oh, wait, no, they purposely set it on fire?
attic in which they were stored. Yeah,
Oh, so there's no imagery of it.
play him for a bit and we'll put him in the storage unit. If you're going through all that trouble, at least leave him out there, you know, like have some respect. God damn.
Bro, but a taxidermied human? Dude.
Damn. This practice...
Do you think they would look normal?
Continued well into the 1800s as oddity shows reached their peak, and more people were getting stuffed.
Dude, but that's like so different than being a mortician. Being a mortician and having to like prepare a body for a funeral is so different from like actually just harvesting their organs out of their body and then peeling their skin out and fucking stuffing them. Like doing that with a human, bro. Oh my God.
Julia Pastrana was another victim of the oddity show. Born in Mexico, she had a rare condition that caused long, dark hair to grow all over her body. She was referred to as the nondescript and made her debut in New York City. From there, she traveled around the world performing songs and dancing on stage until she died in Moscow after giving birth to her son in 1860. Both Julia and her son were taxidermied and put on display, continuing to travel the world until she was retired in 1975. Her body was later stolen and hidden in a sealed coffin until it was discovered in the archives at the University of Oslo. Scientists were given special permission to study her remains, and in 2013, she was finally laid to rest in Mexico. Just want to say real quick, did they ever...
2013, that much longer later. Do you think there's any museums today that still... Because all these seem like older stories. Do you think there's museums today that still show like dead taxidermied bodies that aren't mummies? I remember seeing a mummy in a museum in school. I remember going on a field trip and there was a mummy. And I remember like going and thinking it was going to be a boring field trip, and we show up and they showed me like a dead mummy, and I was staring at that shit and I was like, that's a dead body. I remember going like, that's real. I was like, what the fuck?
Did the baby died?
They just...
As opposed to a living mummy? No, as opposed to like a replica or like a fake. Like I remember going like, this isn't real.
Did they kill the baby? She's like, died giving birth to the baby, and they're like,
what do we do with this thing?
Stuff it. Unless it was like a stillborn, I don't know. There's just something missing there to where I'm like, was the baby dead? Put it up here. Do we have any idea?
The baby died. The baby born in Moscow during a tour lived only 3 days.
I don't know. These stories show just how far people will go to hold on to the dead. Not all hold on just for show, but some do it for love. Tuberculosis was sweeping the nation in the 1920s and 30s, killing thousands of people every day and leaving doctors looking for a cure. Elena de Hoyos was one of the victims suffering from the disease and was put under the care of Dr. Carl Tanzler. As soon as Carl saw Elena, he immediately fell in love. He went out of his way to give her special treatment and showered her with gifts, but she didn't have any feelings for the doctor at all. I plead.
You are gross.
You're a nasty man. Oh. Ay, caramba. When she
Like
died,
a Mutter Museum? Bro, I'm going to go to the Mutter Museum for a vlog soon.
He paid for her to be
soon, meaning within the next year.
Buried in a
Whenever I say soon, don't expect soon.
massive mausoleum, but he never gave the family a key, which made them suspicious of his intentions. It was reported that Carl regularly visited the tomb and even installed a phone to talk to her when he wasn't there.
Do you think he was hearing...
Wait, what?
De Hoyos was one of the victims suffering from the disease and was put under the care of Dr. Carl Tanzler. As soon as Carl saw Elena, he immediately fell in love. He went out of his way to give her special treatment and showered her with gifts, but she didn't have any feeling.
Oh, and when she was dead, he would talk to her?
Ay, caramba. When she died, he paid for her to be buried in a massive mausoleum, but he never gave the family a key, which made them suspicious of his intentions. It was reported that Carl regularly visited the tomb and even installed a phone to talk to her when he wasn't there.
Do you think he was hearing her speak to him?
I think he was talking to himself.
Oh, so
he's like, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. That's him. He's like, I'm totally bricked up right now.
I don't think he actually heard anything. I think he was just assuming that, like, she still heard him in some fashion and he wanted to speak to her. That is really fucking creepy. Installing a phone that would, like, drill into the fucking, like tomb.
I got sweaty, sticky syrup on my pants right now, baby. For real.
Is it sweet?
I don't know. You have to tell me. Someone's in the doorway watching him. Dr. Tenzel, you have patients you need to look after. Give me a freaking second. The other side of the wall.
I can't fucking believe how hard I am.
Dr. Tenzel, please lower your voice. No! And so on the phone to talk to her when he wasn't there, okay? However, his obsession couldn't be stopped, and he eventually took her out of her grave and brought her back.
Wouldn't she be rotting at that point? Even if they did slightly preserve the body. Like, that doesn't preserve it for that long. Like, even if you, in modern day, got a mortician to take care of the body, embalm the body, and then you buried it, if you came back like 3 months later, bro, that body is rotting.
Back to his home. And for years, Carl lived with the corpse of Elena and preserved it to be the best he could. He stuffed her with rags and used coat hangers to retain her shape. And he replaced her hair and eyes with wigs and glass and constantly sprayed her with perfume to match the smell of rot. He claimed that he would have her sleep in bed with him, but never did anything sexual.
Just role play.
I never did any of that stuff. Don't smell down there. I got my own rot. That's not her, that's my rot. Carl even built a laboratory shaped like an airplane in an attempt to bring Elena back to life, but he was never successful. Yeah.
He tried to fucking like electrocute her back like some fucking Frankenstein shit.
Dude. He's like, I'm going to be Frankenstein. You're going to be my little bride. Elena's body was found when Carl was seen dancing around in his home with a woman. Elena's sister arrived at Carl's house and...
No, somebody just walked in. Bro, imagine walking in on like your fucking family member dancing. You're like, oh, who are you dancing with? And they just turn and pivot and you're holding a literal human corpse.
Discovered her sister's body completely desecrated. He was arrested but never charged with anything, and Elena's body was put on display for 6,000 people before being buried.
Do you think he invited the 6,000 people to make it a show?
I'm wondering if it's that, or I'm wondering if the headlines, a mangled body. I mean, they would be...
I mean, dude, you gotta think, people would go to fucking hangings for fun at times. Sometimes it was forcibly, you know, you would go there, but people were fucking bored back in the day, okay? They would any jump at anything that was not the same shit every single day, they would be like, yeah, we'll go.
Curiosity would be there.
Yeah, no, I'll show up. What at the town square? They're cutting somebody's head off? Okay, yeah, no. What time? Oh, 2:15. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably be there early so we can get front row tickets.
Everyone's bored at this time, yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? There's no internet. You can't watch YouTube.
This was the 1930s. Even then, bro. Even then, the 1930s, bro. No technology. You know, they could travel, but not very far. Like, you're still, whatever's in your local area, if it's interesting, you're going.
All day and TikTok, so he's just like, I heard there's like a body that he's stuffed with rags and hangers. Okay. Human taxidermy is not something of the past. It still happens in modern day. 45-year-old Anatoly Moskvin was a famous Russian historian who specialized in cemeteries and the dead. He published numerous articles detailing the adventures as he traveled to over 750 cemeteries on foot, stating that he would sleep at abandoned farms and drink from puddles to survive. All of his accreditations crumbled when he...
But why would he go to cemeteries? What the fuck are you studying there? Just like the people, how long the people were there, the causations of death.
He was arrested as the main suspect.
I will say, Chad, if you ever go to a cemetery to like see a loved one, you know, in a respectful way, walk around, you know, go see. You'll be surprised how old some of the bodies, some of the gravestones are. Like, you could go to a cemetery and see some from like the 1830s. Why? Curiosity. See what's around. Because you got to think, dude, cemeteries have so many fucking bodies. Like, you could go to a cemetery where the people buried there are literally, like, died in the 1820s, like 1830s, like old as fuck, like 200 years ago.
In a series of crimes involving the desecration of over 100 graves at a local cemetery. While in detention, police would arrive at his apartment where neighbors had been complaining of weird sounds and smells and unearth an unholy scene. Inside his apartment were 29 mummified bodies of young girls that he had stolen from nearby cemeteries. He lived with...
Like grave robbing? Like he dug them up, took their bodies home and mummified them?
his parents at the time, and they believe that he simply had a weird fascination with dolls. However, while his parents are away for months at a summer cottage, he was mummifying the bodies he had stolen. And to do this, he would cover them in salt and baking soda and hide them somewhere to dry out in case his parents came home. Once they were dry, he would put their clothes back on and wrap their faces with nylon tights and put makeup on their face to make them more lifelike. And in some of the bodies, he put music boxes in them to make them more alive. And Anatoly also stated that he would sometimes talk with the dolls, believing they were alive. Hello there. Carl, get out of here! These are my dolls! His story gained...
Like, that is just pure insanity. You're speaking to them. You're like fucking, you're literally just like modifying dead bodies to the point where you're like, yeah, this is a real human now. I have conversations with them. Insane. How do they not kill people?
International coverage for how insane it was. And
this is a rough watch? Oh, for sure.
He was deemed unfit to stand trial. Since his arrest in 2012, Anatoly has been in a Russian psychiatric hospital where he likely will remain until his death.
I mean, I think that's valid to say he's unfit to fucking stand trial. He dug up 29 dead bodies and mummified them. He is not well.
You think people like that
is, you need help. Like, not help in a, like, you're depressed way. Like, something's wrong with you. You are disturbed.
That too, he wants to be stuffed and someone dress him up, put him in a nylon suit and talk to him forever. Kind of like a Jeffrey Dahmer kind of thing too, isn't it?
I would say that, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer's worse, you know. I don't want to compare the two. Both are absurd, insanely disturbed humans. I think being a serial killer and actually murdering people is, you know, worse than digging up a dead body. Either way, they're both creepy as shit. But, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer would, like, test on alive people to try and make them, like, sex zombies. Like, that guy was actually one of the worst people that have ever existed.
You have to love me forever. You have to be here forever. Be with me. He didn't kill them, but still, the concept is relatively the same. Give him a scarecrow.
Yeah, there you go.
Put a music box inside him and just plays Panama over and over again by Van Halen. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of sick. Some other modern examples of taxidermy are far more sadistic, like with the hospice nurse who stole a patient's foot to use it in a taxidermy decoration. In 2022, a 62-year-old patient from
What, like somebody that got their foot amputated, she just stole it?
Spring Valley Senior Living and Healthcare Campus had suffered from frostbite on both of his feet after a nasty fall. This patient, Doug McFarland, got moved to hospice care and was treated by a 40-year-old nurse named Mary K. Brown. Mary's family owned a taxidermy shop, which had given the nurse a strange idea. She wanted to amputate the man's foot, preserve it, and display it in the store to warn people about frostbite. Huh? The sign she pitched for the display would read, "Wear your boots, kids." She was so amused by this idea that she performed an unauthorized amputation of the man's foot, and she claimed it was done in order to improve Doug's quality of life. The man died days later. While there was
from the amputation?
No proof that the procedure caused his death, Mary was still charged with causing intentional bodily harm and abusing an elderly person. And in the end, she dodged up to 40 years in prison by pleading guilty to lesser charges. And she was punished by the Board of Nursing and was forced to pay a court cost of $443. That's it. For cutting off a guy's foot. Yeah, I get it's frostbitten. It's not like he's gonna be able to use it, but still.
Do you think she...
Well, I think they might have needed to amputate it, but her doing it herself and unauthorized, like, I don't think she's capable of necessarily doing that surgery. Unbans happened this stream, our last stream. G1 for the sub, Digital Inflated, Ropo, Josh Slower and Window for the sub, Plonk for the sub, DB, thank you for the 1,500 biddies, bro. Turned 18 today. That's awesome, man. Happy birthday. You're actually live on my birthday for once. You good? Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. How are you? Ruxels, Crow, and Authentic for the sub, Yato of the 3. I hope you're doing amazing. Have you eaten today? I have. Pluto Destructor and Bay for the sub. Cast, thank you for the 3. Says big fan. Optic, Asteroid, and Cry, thank you for the sub. Hold up. What's your opinion on people having to use ID verification for YouTube? Plenty of videos about it. We already talked about that a bunch. King for the sub, Cryptid for the 10. Have you seen the new rated R dinosaur movie? It's fire. I'm not clicking that YouTube link, but what is the name of the movie? Mittens for the sub. 3 external for the sub, Digital for the sub.
Asked him?
Well, yeah, okay. Yes, I do. I think she was like, can I have your foot? And he's like, no.
Are you live tomorrow? Yeah. We're going to be live tomorrow at noon to like 3:30, so 3.5 hours stream tomorrow. A little shorter. It's going to be a horror day. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday, we're doing Mafia, the new Mafia Old Country at noon. I'll be cosplaying. Thursday, I'm going to be finishing Mafia 2 till whenever we beat it. Friday, live at 2, doing Reacts. Saturday, live at 2, doing VR. Sunday, live at 2, doing Reacts as well. The 18th, we'll start streaming at 3:30 EST to kind of ease back into the regular schedule on weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends still. And then the 25th, we'll be back 25th, we'll be back to 4:30 weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends. Unless it's other specific day. But this week at some point, I will be taking off for family member's funeral. So another day outside of Tuesday, I will be off. I don't know which yet, but that's why I'm just saying the full schedule, because whatever day I take off will just get moved to next week. Why you get rid of the Camaro? Because I don't really... Pork, thank you for the 3. Why would I keep it? Yo, thank you for the raid. W fucking raid, man. Smart. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. Linus, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Love your content. Don't know how much you have helped me these last few months, mentally and physically, genuinely awesome. Thank you.
She's like, okay.
All right, lock in, chat.
And just wait till you sleep.
Type locked in. Lucidity, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Appreciate the gifteds. Lock in.
Sleeping, because it's like all the nerves are probably shot, so she's probably just like, this is probably a stupid question. If you cut off like a frostbitten foot, would it bleed still? Or
yeah. I don't think there would be blood in the frostbitten part of the foot, but I think wherever you cut off to would bleed.
Is it all sealed? You know what I mean?
Because it would be dead. Like if the whole foot, like say my whole hand was frostbitten up to here. If you cut here, there's not going to be blood around this area, but like wherever the fucking ending is going to be bloody.
I don't know. It's a good question.
The whole foot would just be dead. If your whole hand was frostbitten, it's dead. You would have you would have a dead hand. You wouldn't be able to move it. It would just be dead. Like if your fingertips get fully frostbitten and black, your fingertips are just dead.
It's not cauterized, I guess. Or is it? Put up the blurb. Oh!
A darker bluish blackish appearance can indicate severe frostbitten, but even in these cases, bleeding can still occur.
Oh.
We learn something new every day.
Human taxidermy has gotten more frowned upon as time goes on. Though it's not common throughout history, the few instances that do exist, shockingly, what is more common is items made out of human parts. If humans being preserved wasn't freaky enough, there are people out there who sell and create different things out of human body parts. In our organ donor
How do they access the human body parts, though?
Video, we talked about how there's a large market for body parts, both internal and external. And while that video primarily focused on the organs, there's also a massive market for human bones. If you search online, you can find multiple stores that offer
$426 human rib bone. Why would I spend that amount of money? Only one part of the skull, $1,800.
Find multiple stores that offer assorted bones and macabre creations. Many sell bones to people needing them for educational purposes. However, there is a large demographic that simply wants them for collections. I'm talking human skulls, feet, hands, spines, all on elaborate display stands that cost thousands of dollars. Artists who produce
$5 grand for that shit? Are you serious?
These pieces work in a gray area, as many people question the
yeah, they might be digging up. They might be digging up dead bodies. You know, you find like a gravestone in the middle of the woods.
Ethics of selling
from 300 years ago.
Human remains. Yet they continue to do it, as they can make thousands of dollars from one creation. And not all bone creations have a price, especially when it comes to your family. YouTuber Prince Midnight took his uncle's ribcage, spine, and hips and turned them into an electric guitar. Dude. So sick. After dying in his 90s, the YouTuber's uncle was donated to a medical school to be used in classrooms. However, after 20 years, schools stopped using real bones in classrooms, and he was buried.
Wait, schools? Wait. The skeletons that were in classrooms used to be real? No.
So sick.
After
dying in his 90s,
the whole skeleton. You're lying. You're lying. Maybe like a bone or two. In my college, wait, what did Brady just say? In my college, they had the guy's name on it and organs. Oh my God, stop. Were the skeletons in school real humans? Yeah, it's really possible some skeletons in school classrooms are real human remains. Many schools, particularly those with biology or art programs, use real human skeletons for anatomical study. What? So if you just saw a human skull in class, there was a chance it was a real person. That is nuts. I think most of them are fake today, though.
YouTuber's uncle was donated to a medical school to be used in classroom.
That explains the taste? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
However, after 20 years, schools stopped using real bones in classrooms, and he was buried in the ground. Instead of simply letting his uncle rot, he had the great idea to honor his uncle's legacy by turning him into a fucking electric guitar. Nickname the Skelecaster, he strums the chords from within his uncle's ribcage and says the guitar has a few quirks, but otherwise works perfectly. If he does not use that to make some kind of metal album, come on, man. How sick is that?
Black metal.
Anything. I take anything. I want to hear the music. Bones aren't the only body parts used for crafting. Books made from human skin are surprisingly common. One of the earliest examples is from 1635, titled The Treatise of Pin, an allegorical poem dedicated to Monsieur and Madame de Lorraine. To this day, it is the only known erotica book bound in human skin. Its pages contain poems about BDSM and other extreme fantasies. So sick. Think there's a little nipple on it?
Oh, yeah, that's like the...
Ew!
The lock.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh my god, the lock is a nipple that you hang it onto. Somebody with just a really long nipple.
Destinies of the Soul is another book bound in human skin, written by French poet Arsène and published in 1879. It explores the nature of the human soul. The original manuscript included a note from the author.
That's human skin? That does not look like human skin. That looks like leather.
The original manuscript included...
Oh my god, but it's probably made to be like leather.
...included a note from the author explaining his reasons for binding the book in human skin. Quote,
"By looking carefully, you easily distinguish the pores of the skin. A book about the human soul deserves to have a human covering. I have kept this piece of human skin taken from the back of a woman. It is interesting."
An alive woman?
To see different aspects that change the skin according to the method of preparation to which it's subjected.
That's fucking weird. Blue for the Sub Monkey, thank you for the three. Maybe you tell us more about story times if you can. Can you react to an edit I made on you? No. I'm sorry, man. Broken Pyre for the subs. Fish, thank you for the sub. Lucidity, thank you for the 10 gifted. Not today, man. I'm sorry.
Does the woman know that you took it? You know? Man, the French are some greasy little bastards, aren't they?
Lethal, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Hold the fuck up. Un momento. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay.
Physicians have used a deceased patient's skin to make medical books as a way to honor them. However, there are a few books that are made from the skin of criminals that detail their crimes. So sick, dude. Being able to pull off and be like, this is this guy's. Also be able to touch it still. You know what I mean? Fucking weird. In 1827, William Corder was hanged for the gruesome murders of his lover, Maria Martin. He had murdered her and buried her in the floorboards of a red bar. After his death, his body was dissected, and doctors...
I always wonder how they find that shit back then, though. Like, you murdered somebody in, like, the 1700s, 1800s. I feel like, dude, you just bury them anywhere. They ever finding it? The smell, yeah, and the floorboards. But I'm saying, like, say you live in the 1700s. You kill someone. You could just go a mile away, bury them, and then you're good. Like... There's no cameras. There's not that many people. Somebody said eyewitness. Dude, people used to live, like, so far away from each other.
Who performed the dissection to save some of his skin, which was used to bind books about the crimes he committed. And 6 years earlier, a similar circumstance occurred when John Hardwood threw a rock and killed a woman after it hit her in the head. He was hanged, executed at the Bristol Gaol, and he was dissected during a public lecture. Once again, the physician who performed the dissection took sections of his skin and turned them into a book about his crimes. For extra detail, a skull and crossbones were added to the cover. You think like a tattoo?
Yeah.
That's sick. And not all criminals were turned into books. artworks. Some were made into trophies. Tattooed skin in Japan is considered taboo because of its association with the Yakuza and criminals. Members would get their entire bodies tattooed with extremely detailed and colorful designs. These tattoos represented members' commitment to the clan, with specific designs having deeper spiritual meanings. And in 1907, Fukushi Masashi was a young pathologist studying the effects of syphilis on the human body. And at some point during his research, he came into contact with someone who had tattoos and noticed that they were partially cured skin lesions caused by the disease. Syphilis. Soon after, Fukushi became obsessed with tattoos, specifically traditional Arizumi tattoos worn by the Yakuza. To fuel his growing interest, he traveled to prisons and had incarcerated members donate their bodies so he could study their skin. Once the prisoners passed, he would carefully...
What's so unique about studying somebody's skin with tattoos, though? It's just the fucking ink under the first few layers.
Peel back the skin and scrape off all the meat and nerves. Then he would stretch them out and let them dry until they were fully preserved. At its peak, his collection reached 2,000 human pelts, some of which were wrapped on mannequins or proudly displayed on his walls. And in 1945, a majority of his collection was destroyed by American...
Oh my God, in the nuke?
...carpet bombing. He lost even more hides later when he traveled to America with several in his suitcase, which were stolen. Can you imagine opening...
Stolen? Who the fuck is stealing that? I could understand, like, custom seizing that, being like, what do you have in your suitcase? Oh, just a few human skins. Yeah, just a few guys that donated their bodies to me. I just ended up wrapping their skin in a mannequin. Anyways, he just tried to glance by it. I also bought a flute while I was out.
Now that briefcase?
Yeah, that's what I'm bringing into the country.
What the fuck? Today, 105 pieces still remain and are housed at the Medical Pathology Museum of Tokyo University, locked away from the public in a climate-controlled facility. While Fukushi Masashi preserved tattooed skin in the name of science, across the world, another man took a far more personal and symbolic approach to human remains. Big Nose George was an outlaw during the 1880s.
Do you think they preserved his nose? Big Nose George, could I see his nose today? See, like, if they had that shit in a museum, I would go see it. That's why I really want to go to the Mutter Museum, because it's just a bunch of oddities that they have.
Who was known for multiple thefts across Wyoming and Montana. He was a cowboy. After successfully robbing a military convoy,
his skull? That wouldn't matter. Your nose is mainly cartilage.
He went to a bar and bragged about it, leading to his arrest. And while in custody, an angry mob grabbed him and hung him up from a telephone pole. And after his death, the local doctor, John Osborne...
What did that say? That was an actual photo. The lynching of Big Nose George. In the year of 1881, the drawing is from a description by a witness.
Him up from a telephone pole, and after his death, the local doctor John Osborne took him home and dissected his body. He gave his brain to a surgeon and his skull to a 15-year-old girl. Here you go, sweetheart.
Like on the side of the road? Yep, just dissected this body. Here you go. Plop. Have a nice day now. This is Big Nose George. He got executed yesterday.
However, he wanted something for himself, so he used some of George's skin and made a pair of shoes and a medical bag. Years after the shoes were made, John would run for public office and win the election for governor of Wyoming. And at his inauguration, he wore the shoes as a public statement against criminals in the state.
Do you think he made that speech?
In Wyoming, he wore another man's skin on his feet. That's fucking nuts.
I'm wearing these right now. I'm the big man in charge. Hey, if anybody commits...
That would be kind of scary. I'm not going to lie. You're fucking... It's like early U.S., Wyoming. The governor's like, bunch of you fucking criminals, I'll wear your ass. You see this fucking bag and shoes I'm wearing? That was Big Nose George. That'll be you, bitch.
I'm gonna wear them. I want socks, more shoes, a jacket. I want a hat.
It's like that movie Deer.
Point some guy out in the crowd that's big. You look like you'd make an XL shirt. Have you ever stolen something before? No? Well, if you ever get into crime, let me know. I'd use your skin. Anyways.
Skin, that'd be sick if he made a whole...
And if you ever get into crime, make sure you at least reach the weight of about 220 pounds first, because if you weigh anything less than that, I can't really use your skin for anything less than maybe, I don't know, underwear.
outfit of human skin.
Criminals weren't the only ones turned into trophies. Sometimes it was the innocent people who met the most horrifying fates. Ed Gein, classic boy, is one of America's most notorious psychopaths, having officially killed 2 people and being suspected of killing more. However, it wasn't his murders that made him infamous, but what was found inside of his home. Ed lived alone in his mother's cabin in Plainfield, Wisconsin, and turned it into a house of horrors. Over the span of 12 years, he admitted to robbing 9 graves and used bodies to make furniture, bowls, jewelry, and other
I don't believe in like ghosts really, but I truly think I would believe that I would be haunted for the rest of my life if I dug up a dead body. Like stole from a grave. Holy fuck. I'd be like, I am now cursed. Like something is going to haunt me.
Household items, window drawstrings made from women's lips, bowls made out of human skulls, chairs and lampshades upholstered from human skin, and a belt made from nipples. And various clothing such as vests, gloves, and masks, all made from exhumed bodies. After all the contents of his house were taken, he was deemed insane and sent to a Wisconsin mental hospital, where he would spend the rest of his life. And also, little known fact, or a very known fact, very well known, is he's the inspiration for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, for Leatherface.
Really? Also a shitty slasher film.
So when you see Leatherface, know that was a real guy.
Not bad. Not bad for the first watch, though.
Midwest.
Was he retarded too?
He probably was. I mean, to make a belt out of nipples, that's pretty retarded. Now listen, the phrase art is subjective is often used when people can't understand the purpose of certain art forms. Taxidermy is one of those art forms to which this phrase applies. From trophy kills to cat drones to human furniture, taxidermy has seen numerous variations as it has evolved over the centuries. Death.
Oh my god, look how inaccurate that ape is. Oh my god.
Has evolved over the centuries.
It looks like claymation.
Death is frightening enough. Something that's gonna come for us all, right? But knowing you could end up as someone's trophy is even more horrifying for some reason to me. So, when you die, you can't control it. You might get turned into something.
Well, that's why I'm getting cremated.
You gonna get cremated? I'm too afraid.
You get cremated? Why are you afraid of getting cremated?
Why? You're dead.
I am dead. But you know what my dream is?
You come back to life as a ghost? Oh.
Well, if I was a ghost, I wouldn't care because I'd be like, I'm a ghost and this is sick. But one, I'm super claustrophobic, so I don't want to be buried either, right? So this is what I do.
Throw me to the wolves.
Mausoleum, but it's an all glass. Big enough for me to where if I did come back, I was like, okay,
okay, well, you're not coming back. I'd be like, don't burn me. That's a waste. Chuck me in the woods. In an area where maybe some of the animals aren't doing so great, chuck me in the woods. You know, free food. Lethal, thank you for the 5. The Farting Few, a.k.a. the development of the testing team behind Grace, thanks for playing. You made Grace? It's great to see some people enjoy the amount of development and the amount of testing the game has had. Anyways, have a good stream. Lethal Moonlight. Well, dude, you made a fucking great game, or you're a part of a team that made a great game. That's awesome. And welcome to the stream. Wes, thank you for the 3. Memory and Law for the sub. Wes, thank you for the 3. Crypto, thank you for the 10. The rated R Dino movie is called Primitive War. I'll add it to the watch later. I can't watch it right now. After this, I do have to dip. Ginger and Lethal, thank you for the 5 gifteds.
Hold on. And then the door handle only opens from the inside.
Right. So that way when I come to visit your gravesite and it's
I'll
open.
be all naked too. So when people see me for a while, you'll just see like my dick and everything, and I'll just be like,
God, that'd be awesome.
Wouldn't it?
But then you would start rotting. It'd be awesome for a while. It would be awesome for like a week. And then you would start turning purple. And fucking, there would be maggots. And you would rot.
I mean, it'd probably cost a lot. But that's...
Oh, it would cost a shitload, dude. Oh my god. Zane, thank you for the 3. Thank you for all that you do. Your streams really brighten my day. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Well, that was an interesting video. We'll save the Henry's Kitchen one for another day as well. What was the fucking Dino movie called? Primitive War. We'll watch that potentially tomorrow. Anyways, chat, I will be live tomorrow at noon EST, where it's going to be like a 3.5-hour stream. We're going to be playing a bunch of horror games. Silent Still, Lost Luminosity, maybe Twisted Gallery, Willy's Nightmares, some itch games as well, potentially. We'll probably run One Man's Trash. I know we didn't run it yesterday. We'll run it this or next week at some point. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday, we'll be live at noon, doing the Mafia stream, cosplaying as well. Thursday, we're going to beat Mafia, start that at 2. Friday's live at 2, reacts. Saturday, live at 2, doing VR. Sunday, live at 2, doing reacts. And then Monday, we're going to be back running next Monday, the 18th. We'll start streaming at 3 like 3:30, a little bit later, easing into the school year stream schedule 3 that week, still 2 p.m. weekends. And then the 25th, we'll be back to our regular school year stream schedule, 4:30 EST weekdays, 2 p.m. weekends. Zane, thank you for the 3, though. I appreciate that. I'm going to be posting on the main and the gaming right when I end. Sorry for the early stream today. I had to go live early. Also, outside of Tuesday, some other day this week, I will be off for a family member's funeral, but I will let you guys know when I figure that out. Anyways, it's your boy for the sub, W Stream. Appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for the support. We had a great chat great audience today, regardless of the fact that we went live really early. And we'll be, easing back into a regular schedule in the next coming days / week. Sorry, it's going to be up in the air. I'm going live at noon tomorrow and Wednesday. I know it's weird, but yeah, we'll be live tomorrow for like 3.5 hours doing horror games at noon. Off Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll be doing Mafia, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, appreciate y'all. Hope you had fun. I had a fun time streaming. Hope you guys had a fun time watching. We had a great shot out on state, a lot of subs, a lot of follows, donos, etc. Thank you everybody that's been supporting. We hate for the sub. Next charity stream, the 28th for F Cancer. And then the 7th of September for either AFSP or suicide prevention, some sort of suicide prevention awareness charity. But yeah, let us raid. Who do you want to raid? Let's raid Grizzy. He's playing Battlefield. Why not? All right, W Stream. Appreciate y'all, and I'll see y'all later. We are going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, chat. See you tomorrow, 12 EST. Peace. Bye.